Ain't nobody round and round. End of the night is going down. Going down. I'm yelling Tinder. How better move? You better dance. Let's say tonight. You will remember. Yeah, it's going down. You will remember. You ran alone. Whoa, 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 whoa. Tinder, Tinder. To go down. Swing your body round and round. Into the night is going down. Swing the night is going down. Swing your body round and round. Into the night is going down. It's going down. Yelling timber. You wanna move? You better dance. Let's take it right. You don't remember. Hello, Ambo. Let's make it right. We're bringing sexy back, chat. Welcome. Welcome, Sin. Welcome. My name is Father to you. How's everyone doing? I miss your old hair. Well, Amber, welcome, Sin. And yes, look at this. Look how long this is now. It's getting there. I'm actually going to be getting it cut off soon. I am. I'm debating because I need to take my my headband out to start with. Oh, take my headband out. That can go over there for now. I am indeed. I'm a chupacabra. A chupacabra. A el chupacabra. That's me. I'm a Chewbacca. I'm a sussy barker. I need to skip that song. That song can't really stay on stream. Chat. Today we are going to be playing. It's an early stream. Mondays we do early. Okay, every single Monday. Amber, this is a good note for you. Mondays we do early streams. Monday we start at this time, which is typically 5:45 for me. I understand it's different for you, but at 5:45 my time, we go live a little bit early so that we can join in with the Among Us crew. However, I don't know what I don't know which mod it is. Is it 542? I'm gonna guess it's 5042. I'm kind of hoping it's 5042 because if it's not, then I'm kind of what else screwed a little bit. So I'm kind of hoping somebody tells me sooner. But chat, I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good Monday. We didn't stream on the weekend because we live too much for the weekend. We go out and celebrate and live in that sunny life. So that's what we did. We went live Friday, no Saturday, no Sunday. And now we're back. Well, it's Tuesday for you. It's Tuesday morning for you, isn't it? Which is weird because, like, for Drew, which Drew's already got first. Haha. Suck it, Ambo. But for Drew, right now, I think it's, what? It's 1 p.m. on Monday. And it's already Tuesday morning for Ambo. So, oof. That is something. Let me, is it 5? I think it's 5042. I'm hoping it's 5042. Let me just ask these people if it's 5042. Please, somebody tell me if it's 5042. Let's just ask. You know what I can do? I can just ask Ricky. He's just went live. So let's just ask Ricky. It's Ricky. Let's go say hi to Ricky. Yo! 5042. Eyes emoji. I hope he says that fast. While we're here, I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit so I can talk to you guys. We got music playing anyway. Oh. Say hello, Ricky. Hi, Zoo. How you doing?
Hope you guys are having a lovely day, just like I am.
Ricky?
Craftsy, I hope you have 9 more shifts till you're on your leave.
Ricky? Answer my question, bro.
Your vacation for?
Answer my question. Answer my
What do you mean 5042? Centrosity.
The version. Lol.
Should be 504S.
Ah. TY. 504S.
Should be 504S.
Got it. That's it.
5042 is a dev version.
Okay, did not know.
504S is the correct one. Oh, I gotta refresh this.
Thank you. Bye. Right, you're going in lurk mode. Hi, Zoo. How you doing? Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a good day. Right, I was just trying to get open chat. I was just trying to get the right version of Among Us open so that we can go play. We're going to be playing with some cool beans today. We're playing Among Us. We're playing Among Us today, chat. Drew, stop getting good, my dude. We're doing Drew. Fair. Yeah, that's fair. You deserve it. You got all of them. You're first, second, and 10th. I'm tired, lol, but I can't sleep because I've got some research. That's fair. That is all good. Wait, this is funny because if Ricky's in charge of the lobby, that means we don't have to wait for Jay to switch games. Jay, I'm on to you. Superhero side. Let's go to Among Us in the bottom center. Oh, hello chat, look at me. Do I not have the song thing on this scene? I don't. Wait, let me grab that from here. I need the Spotify thing. I like it enough. You good? I know why I don't have it on here. I don't have it set up here so that I can use the footage fully. The one thing in my way. You are the one thing in my way. Oh, why are you so loud? Turning you right down even more. The one thing in my way. My way. Way. Get you guys back up and then we can go to play. Online. We're staying in NA. Ayo, let's go. Look at this. It's Riggedy Rexon. I'm looking forward to it today, chat. I'm loving Among Us. I would love to do it more often. I want to do more. I want to do more community Among Us. I really think that it's a game that we loved playing together. And I think it's something that we shouldn't be missing out on. So, y'all should start playing Among Us with us again. Thank you, Ari. I hope you're having a good day today, Ari. I miss you. I hope you're doing good. But thank you for that. Like, why is the lurk command not working anymore? I'll freaking do it, chat. I'll open a can of Sprites. I did it. I'm going insane, chat. It's Hero Craft today, baby. You can get in my way. You can get in my way. Let's say hello to the people of the lobby, chat. Hello, people.
Hola.
Hello.
Hello, Ricky. Look, I got the right version.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
I'm so proud of myself. I had the wrong version open straight away.
Yeah, the 5042 is 504 Dev 2. So this is like the current version. I mean, there's still bugs that they're working on fixing, but yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Here's a question. Are we doing modded, or are we doing typical?
It's full modded, looks like. I sent Dance one thing you probably should change, but
I'm feeling it though. I'm feeling it. Chat, it's going to be modded today. Why is everyone stop moving? Why is everyone... Oh, thank God, somebody moved. For some reason, I thought we would just...
What are his settings?
How do I check the settings anymore, chat? Can I... Is it just a scroll? No, is it tab? Okay. This is what we're going with, chat. They've got Mayor, Seer, Sheriff, Survivor. Is there anything else? Okay. 1 neutral, 1 veteran, 1 vig. Oh, okay. Here. Now we've got it. Away, away, away. Away. Away, oh. Dum dum ba dum bum. Dum bum 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 ba dum bum 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 bum. Yeah. Ba. Away, your soul into my way. I just wanna take control. Oh, your hands up in the sky. It's party on fire. Players, looks good. Okay. Whew. Now that we've got all of the other stuff out of the way, we are missing players. We're just waiting for more players to join chat. However, this is the role. So we're not doing what Jay Fletcher would normally do, which is a slight modded. Looks like we're going full out with this lobby. This lobby, spin. Yes. How you doing, bro? Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a good day. Freaky Friday. We've got Ozza. Lovely. 9? No. See, chat, that's what you gotta do. Sometimes you just gotta... Sometimes you just gotta hit them with a... Kinda preach. I don't like... Right, chat, I don't like that I've started singing in the voice of Mater. You don't get how annoying it is, the fact that I start singing. Wish your money in my pocket, get up! Hey! Keep up. Cham, keep up. I keep doing this. Put your pinky finger to the moon. What you trying to do?
We'll see if that's a problem. Overall, everything else should be basic, I guess, modded stuff. Who are we still waiting on here?
Well, I was fighting with Discord.
That makes sense.
We're waiting on our host still? Oh. Not my Jay?
No, not my Jay. Eventually Jay will show up. I don't know.
TS, coffee only emergency. Sin's early? I am early. Look at this. Butter, bring it down. Oh. Yeah. What's that sound? Hi, Wolfie. How you doing? Welcome, Sin. Oh. Yeah. Put your pinky finger to the moon. My favorite song over now, you gotta do it. Is it by any chance the Among Us map?
I'm down on the job here.
Listen, I didn't promise to take care of everything. I just said I was hosting a lobby or two. Okay, that's all I did.
I mean, technically, that is true. Fair point.
Yeah.
Hey, Sin. How are you?
Hey, Maverick! I love you, bro. Hello. Mwah.
I thought that me and Dark Wolf gave you a pretty clearly defined set of tasks.
There we
Yes.
go. There we go.
Kill the Batman. Got it.
What?
Now there's
What?
a challenge.
Yeah, you heard.
Kill Batman.
It's simple. We killed the Batman.
I don't want to die, though.
What?
Oh,
We
you're not
found the Batman.
Oh.
It's your thing. I know. Right, so wait, what are we? With a teleporter sleuth. Know the roll of bodies you report. Ah! Wait, if I'm the teleporter and I know... Okay, wait. So I'm gonna go with Ozza. Can I do with me? Can Ozza and me do? Oh no! Wait, Ozza teleports. Ozza really badly faked. Oh. I think Ozza's bad. I think Ozza might be bad, and that might be. Oh no. Let's do Ozza. Let's do Ozza and Potato. Let's just keep sending Ozza places.
Well, Ricky or Oz is trying to kill you.
Wait, didn't he just go into electrical?
Ricky.
Ricky or Oz is trying to kill you in electrical because it went off again.
Wait.
I'm not in electrical.
above
Yeah,
comms.
I was in.
How long ago did you
I
get
was outside
attacked,
comms, and then I've just
did
been
you get the flash,
transported to
Dark Wolf?
comms.
I
Before
got
you
the
get
flash right before the lights, when the lights were off by the time, and also when I turn the lights electrical, Apple walks in, and then I walk out, and then I see flashing going again. Okay. I actually think it's not my dance that killed Maverick. I think Maverick's dead
Oh, Maverick is dead. I didn't even see that. No,
I
wait.
can't see anything. I'm in a blue screen.
Huh?
Yeah.
Huh?
It's like I'm underneath submerged.
Wait, what?
I don't want to ignore the Ricky or Ozza
Apple,
trying
I
to
can't
kill
kill.
me.
Apple, I can't kill you. It's either Ozza or Dance. I think Dance was
No,
just in
I
there.
Hi,
went
Fizzy.
I went on the record. I would
Hi,
never
oh.
willingly attack Apple. Also,
Ozza! Any of us would kill any of us.
No,
I was about to say.
you can't just say that as a general sweeping statement. Just because
Wait.
it's true for you
Yes,
doesn't
we
mean it's
can.
true for me.
Yeah, yes, we absolutely can.
Obviously, you've never met an
That's
American
the point
before.
of the game.
No. Also,
You never met
Can
an American.
can I ask when
Answer,
Dark was
no.
saying that the flash went off? Because I didn't quite hear that.
When
We
I was
can,
next
but
to both
but
Ricky
Dark
and
can't
Ozza.
clarify.
All I know is Maverick is dead very, very recently.
black.
I
No,
think
Maverick
It's
is.
I'm gonna have to vote for Ozza if it's between Ozza and
It's
myself.
not me.
It's
I haven't.
not.
I
It's not.
haven't tried to
Lights
kill
was
Apple. I
fixed.
promise you.
Okay.
I've literally just been. I've been transported twice, by the way. The transport is a silly sausage.
So, I mean, Ozza was in electrical with myself, Minty, Dark, and Ozza.
Hi, Patriots.
Was he?
How you doing, bro?
Ozza was in.
I'm
there
really
with
good,
Apple.
Fizzy. I'm
I
really
do
good.
think Dance just killed Maverick, though. My read is Dance and Ozza.
Unfortunately, let me just tell.
Well,
I'll get back to you
obviously,
guys in a
need to
second.
go
Let me
back
tell
to
these.
high school and learn how to read.
One quick one. If we all vote, skip, or whatever you do, we're
You
stuck
couldn't
here
read
until the
until high
end
school?
because I
That's
can't
kind of
see the skip
embarrassing.
button.
It's
Please
only
stop
1
talking to
second.
me.
Ah, see, there we go.
Okay, I do think Dance killed Maverick, and
Oh, jeez.
Oh, look, oh, now I can see.
I was your
Wait,
Amni.
what?
I can't attack. I don't even have a
Wait,
roll.
how? Why?
I'm Amni.
Okay, now I can see. Chat, I'm back. And I'm transporter. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to transport Tess and Ozza. But I think Ozza's a killer. Because Ozza's a silly little bean. No, all the way down and down at the point. Right. Oh, no, you know what? Let's do Chris. And let's do Chris. Oh, no. If I do Ozza and Tess. There we go. Oh, it's Ozza. I wonder where he came from. Hello, Ozza. Please don't. Wait, am I not? Okay. Huh? Huh? Oh, this is. Oh, I'm so sad. Ozza died right in front of me. Oh,
really?
what? Whoa, bro, what is wrong with my game? Now everybody's in the center of the screen. It's like, this is amazing. Ozza's dead in just out.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm on 504S. Yeah, it's okay. Oz's body is in the doorway of storage left, going into electrical. He just walked past me.
I have admin from about 5 seconds ago. I saw 3 in electrical, 1 in storage, and there were other assorted blips around.
Wait, there
the
were
rest
3
of
in
the
electrical?
area. Yes.
Oh, I think someone's an event then. I only saw 2.
Okay. Did you include yourself in that?
Yes, I did. I had to check to make sure I did.
I see me.
I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah, I do not update the monsters version. Okay. Oh, okay, wait, so I need to update Among Us. Like the actual base game Among Us. I'm okay, I'll do that once this game's over.
Okay.
Oh, I trust Minty, by the way. I'm gonna hard clear Minty.
I mean, that seems fair.
Oh yeah, that seems like a fair deal. I think Minty is a very,
Hey,
very
Seaboss.
upstanding citizen.
Clear.
Wish someone would buy me Among Us.
Yeah.
Sucks, done it, bro.
We love that.
Minty, what are you thinking?
No, because I'm playing the game, Wolfie. That's the thing.
I mean,
Hey,
I'm
Ty.
kinda just going based off of info from last round. I'm sure that gives enough for where
Thank you for the hydrate, dude. You need to drink water. I wish I could give better information.
I wish your game wasn't broken.
Me too. I have a great.
3.5.
Oh, I have a great. I can see one skip vote. That's all I can see.
Oh, that's fun. No, what is it? You guys lost your veteran. Good luck though.
What? But I'm specifically trying to help you. Could be a lie. Okay, so at least I can do the role. I need to update Among Us, it looks. Oh, yes. I'm just going to focus on trying to get tasks done then. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was my latest rap by Kendrick Lamar. Let's move Apple and Briz. Sure, why not? I don't even know if there's meant to be a way of I don't know if there's a way of like you're meant to transport like who you think saw stuff. Like, is it really how you're meant to do? Okay, so that's Briz and Tess, right? Let's go boink boink. So they're next to each other, and that's Apple. Okay. Briz, Apple. Okay, wait. Now that's just not fair. That's inconvenient. Hello. There's somebody over this way. And it's Briz. Okay. How'd you get... Oh my god. Let's go boink boink. Lovely. Drift, thank you for the follow. Welcome, Sin. My name is Sintrosty HD. Hope you have a good day today.
I hate this transporter.
Hello.
Yeah, I hate the transporter too.
Well, I don't know what the transporter's done wrong in this game.
Wait, did you get transported?
Yeah.
Yes. I was trying to do my download and got transported.
It's like a group of
transported again.
Yeah, there's a group of people getting transported around each other.
Well, fuck. I was out here about to be like, Briz went into electrical and then came back into electrical from outside.
I saw that.
Yeah, I got transported.
Okay,
oh, okay.
Right, so
yeah, I got
I was going to turn on the lights and then I got transported.
Yeah, I got transported into Electrica from admin.
See, I was gonna say the same thing you did about Briz. I was like, oh damn, but okay, fair.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm here. That's it. So where's the body?
There is no body. I called.
Minty's dead.
Yeah, Minty's dead. We lost Minty.
Well, last I saw Minty was at Trash Shoot. Bottom.
It's pretty good so far. Thanks, how's everyone? My day's going great, Snacks. However, my game's broke, so I have to reload after this. I hope you're having a great day.
Tess, if you were the one that got transported, I'm kind of inclined to think that it's either
yes,
you or Briz,
yes.
Me, Sin, and Apple were all
in electrical.
Locked into electrical.
I was kind of sus of Sin from the last round.
That's.
I felt like it was a bait because I literally passed him and Ozza, and then he reported Ozza's body.
It's just not true.
No. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that.
See, it's because Apple's the bait.
Okay.
Yeah. Didn't see that coming.
Let's not kill me to test that, shall we?
Listen, all right. It's either Tess or Briz.
I'm willing. Tess tried to throw me under the bus. Right, just saying.
It's not me.
Okay, Jester.
I'm voting Tess because it's not me.
I can't vote. Yeah, I don't even know what's happened. But why? Why?
Apple got swapped. I hate that.
Oh, I couldn't see that.
Yay!
Oh, okay, Apple was bad. All right.
Wait.
Apple was the one that killed. Oh,
what?
Okay.
Yeah. Why did Apple get swapped there?
I was.
I just was choosing a random person to protect myself with.
Okay, my
recruit you.
My game is my game's. I'm just gonna update.
Yeah, you just need to restart. I don't know what happened, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll try just restart, and it'll probably just be there.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're good. With the lights off, like I.
But yeah, I just said I'm just gonna swap myself with somebody random just in case you guys vote me, and I'll vote Tusk because it's not
Apple,
me.
I'm sorry, we got skill diffs right there. Obviously, is what
happened. So Apple.
Right, chat. Let's go to 504S. I think it is 504S. I can go here. Doo-ba-doo. Right, give me 2 seconds, chat, and I'll be with you, okay? Spread it like. Ba-da-ba-doo. Need your opinion, dark milk or white chocolate? As milkshake, milk chocolate, as chocolate. I'm okay with having dark chocolate, but I prefer milk chocolate. I like all of them. As ice cream, milk chocolate. I think that's it. That's literally just it. I just prefer milk chocolate all the way. Why? You gonna buy me some milk chocolate, Drips? I'm okay with that. Boo-doo, boo-boo-doo, boo-boo-boo. Aye. Hurry, go. Dump, bum. You're gonna go down, oh no.
Asked,
okay.
Ozza in storage, and I just staked him, and then and kept going.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
veteran?
Sorry, by the way, I was the transporter.
It's all dependent upon the settings, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a tiebreaker. And I'm an arsonist. Oh, I'm gonna have fun. I'm an arsonist, baby. Let's just stand here. Please stay here for 4 more seconds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, got a douse. And the second he goes, I'll leave like half a second after. There we go. Okay, so that was a decent amount of time. Milk chocolate uprising? We can't say that, Drips. People might get the wrong idea. Right, what? We've got to do admin in 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh, we can easily get a douse on here. Yes! Okay, we're just going to walk down to electrical. I'm going to wait for people. Okay, there we are. We got a potato. That's it. There's 2 apples!
Maverick?
No, there's a fake apple. There's a fake apple.
Oh, I saw.
I saw Apple.
That was so much. That would have been
walk away
fun.
from electric panel while the other apple was killing.
Oh, okay.
There's a apple.
Who are the, there's one of 3 people
In chat.
There's
like 5 of us.
Yeah, potato was there too.
I didn't see
Since everyone's here, I'll just tell you guys, I did something dumb and made it so that neutral rolls, if they get the win, I think they just get to kill someone of their choice.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
it's like Town of Salem.
Oh, cool.
I think I changed it to Town of Salem rules because I saw that was an option.
It's actually a fun option.
I had the vent cleaning task, and it was letting me do it out of the minor vent, which was really weird.
Yeah, I've seen it do that before.
Where's the minor vents?
Admin.
Apparently.
There's 5 people it could have been. I thought there was like 3 people it could have been. But...
No, Potato's apparently also there, but I think
I
Potato's
know
the
it left
outside, and I don't
Dance
think
and
Potato...
Darkwolf and Nav, so they probably are not the minor.
With the 2
Yeah, me and Dance were going towards the light.
I'm upset, chat. I'm upset. We could have had such a good game with that. Troublemaker.
This isn't
It's at the light.
Right?
Yeah,
it's
light
falling
panel.
over right as I'm looking at it.
Yeah, but Apple sliced this, or it's not Apple, but it's a fake apple because I see 2 blue apples right now.
Yeah, the real apple was the one fixing lights.
I didn't even see the apple. I just saw Mav in there.
I could have ignited so many people and made arson. Arson, you know? Arson. Get it? Could have been great.
Me.
Okay. I don't think Potato could be the minor. I could be wrong, but I think Potato's on the left side. But I'm not positive.
I nearly got voted out. Whew, that was close.
I'm hoping that I get... I was tiebreaker. I'm hoping that we get... No, we didn't get a good roll. We literally have nothing to do now. We are dead. We're just dead. We just haunt somebody instead. Maverick is a speedy Doomslayer, though. So, chat, while we're here, I may as well be able to get the chance to tell you guys, instead of music up a little bit, we have got the release today. So what we're going to do is we're going to go from Among Us after we do this lobby. This will be a 3-hour lobby. And then once we finish the lobby, we'll go on to Gartic Phone to do Gartic Masterpieces. And then at roughly about 11 p.m. GMT, or BST even, or midnight, we'll be going onto the HeroCraft server to then show off Alpha 2 HeroCraft. HeroCraft, if you don't know what that is, by the way, super cool, super easy. It's a... Oz is dead. It's a roleplay Minecraft server, and it's freaking dope, and I'm loving everything about it. Let's listen to what these guys say.
I was Amni. No timing. Wait, is it the top of cafeteria? The rightmost vent of cafeteria, yeah. Oh, right, okay. I saw Apple going up to the left side. That's why.
Not too bright on modded rolls, but doesn't the Amnesiac give people amnesia? The Amnesiac can... If there is a dead body on the floor, and the Amnesiac goes over there, you can take that role. So, I'm trying to see who it was that's just... So, Ozza died, which you can see here, he's a crewmate. He had a role beforehand, and now he doesn't. So, Ricky, who's in the center, he's a veteran. He was the Amnesiac. Now, he is the veteran because he stole the dead person's role. That's what they remember another role. Hi, Cookie. How you doing? My game is still definitely balked. That's unfortunate. But that's how Amnesiac works.
Like more flame.
I will say, Minty, you did do a download. Minty, you did a fast download in the weapons I saw. It looked like.
I mean,
we're counting seconds.
Okay.
You know what? Yes. It is. It's like pickpocketing their role. It's like a vampire, but instead of sucking the blood, you're sucking the roll off them. Kind of vibe. Good tunes as always. I got that move, like Jagger. Yeah. I always have good tunes. It's how you know when people were brought up correctly, you know? Let me fix my hair as well, Chess. 1 second. Who died? So it's just Ozza as well. End of the night. At the edge. I never nailed a million bomb. Nothing down. To make you high. Thinking down. We gotta hold up. You want to get the feeling. It's the best thing in my life. I never rate to raise you know. No other can to get it the direction. That's right. And it just turns straight
Apple, I'm
down.
looking for a body, by the way. That's why I was just running around this body, or like looking for a body.
Yeah, oh, okay. I saw Dance for a second, but yeah, he could easily have been doing what he said.
I doubled down past it.
Alright, let me... While these guys talk, let me go to Ricky's chat.
Ooh, there might be.
Yeah, might be why Brice died
No.
last time, right?
Oh, that makes sense.
Where's the
Yeah. Storage, left-hand side storage.
Oh my god, the Doomsayer is Chris.
Why?
Absolutely.
Potato, you just came from storage.
Came from electrical, but yeah, I
Okay,
guess
so
I
I
came
think-
from that area.
I think Potato or Chris are a killer. I think Dance is Doomsayer.
That's a fair guess, especially considering I was just like running around the body. But Chris is bad.
Hey.
Okay, so I
In the same direction. Huh?
I don't have a good answer for what just happened. I don't have it.
He shot you as Doomsayer because he was gonna get voted out.
Interesting. Okay, well then I'm not Doomsayer.
I mean, maybe
Now
that
that-
one
now
was
that-
the-
What is that one though?
Wait, what?
That one was the Doomsayer.
Oh, okay.
Wait, hold on a
up.
second.
Oh.
If Potato's the last one, all we have to do is just vote a potato and we win the game.
Oh, they've got it.
I'll give you a hint. Apple's minor.
Good guesses so
I
far.
don't know where I got
though,
the idea
Potato.
from.
Like, really?
I don't think
No,
potato.
that was my
Doomsayer.
first.
These guys.
Guess. That was my first.
Oh, well,
These
whoever's
guys have
been
got
guessing,
it.
you've been popping off. Like,
Maverick has been popping off.
You need to win.
Two more.
though,
Two
'cause
He
more.
took his old guy pills today.
There have been like 5 guesses out though.
Chris shot out. Maverick got shot.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Brisbane.
How
Tess
did
got
you
shot,
know
Briz
what
got
I
shot.
was?
Because it was
I shot out Tess. I don't know who shot out Briz.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good, Maverick.
There's no way anyone would
I
have
only
done
did
Peter.
one.
Take my frosty potato.
Maverick, why didn't you shoot the miner?
Yeah. It was
Wow, we don't do that here.
The game still ends though.
Damn, bro, that was good.
That was good. That was a fun game.
Although I don't, yeah. Listen, Snacks, I don't take my word for it. I think we're playing Among Us.
I thought Mav guessed Tess, but I guess.
What did we get? We're a crewmate with Aftermath. We're a tracker with Aftermath. What does Aftermath do? Force your killer to use their ability. Okay. Cool. No, I'm okay. I'm fine. Oh, wait. Let's just go here. Let's go boing. So, Briz is currently... Okay, yeah. Briz is in navigation. Okay, never mind. Didn't want to do my task anyway. Hello, Tess. Okay, Chris was doing med. I can confirm Chris was doing med, and I'm okay with that now. I believe him. Hello, Tess. I feel like Tess is gonna kill me, but what's Briz doing down here? Right, where's Briz? What? Oh, Briz is in, Excuse me! I prefer you not do that. So Briz, okay, Briz is doing tasks. 2. So that's Ricky. Boink. Okay, cool. We've got Minnie as well. I can't see any kind of suspicious activity. I think we're gonna live this one out. Never mind. That's Tessany. What?
This just happened. This happened just behind me.
And not Asa because he's in admin right now.
Yeah.
Briz,
She's very recently dead because she was on the right.
It's
side
not
of me and
me.
Apple.
Oh,
Okay, we're voting Briz.
So I walked
I'm
up
in
from
admin
Shields.
as well.
I went into Nav, and just took a look around. I know Tess was on the wires outside of Nav. I went up to see if there was anybody in weapons, then went back down to Nav to do my tasks, and I come back to Tessa's corpse.
I'm a little
Lies?
sus,
What do you
so
mean?
I left Tessa and Apple there when I went up.
Yeah, but if this is recent,
literally
I've been.
What do you mean by that?
Oh,
I've
okay.
been
True.
in
'Cause
admin
you've
with
just
Briz
walked in-
for
you've
like
just walked
5-6
into admin.
seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm kind of comfortable with Chris. If Chris, you're okay, you're pretty comfortable with I right now.
I am marginally.
My name is my name is Marge Simpson. Yes, I'll take that.
Okay, now I'm less comfortable. I'm not.
Huh? Homie, please, homie.
And we know this is
Okay,
late.
you're killing your chances.
Where did we say
here,
the
Sid.
body was?
It's on wires outside of Nav.
See, it's just crazy.
Do we
'cause
have-
So here's the thing, right? Myself and Apple have left Tessany there. Apple's gone down. I've gone up. How has anyone else gotten there to kill the body besides you?
I'm pretty sure
that's
There is
crossing out.
there is a
Oh.
vent right there in the hallway.
True that.
I think
Well,
this might
actually,
actually be Chris.
Maverick
not.
ran across me as well.
I've been running over everybody.
Yeah.
Or someone that was in the cafe and it came out at Nav. I could have missed seeing that when I was running down.
All likely stories, but I'm gonna have to. Huh? Oh, thank God.
It's not me.
What a division!
Briz, why did you go
Why is Maverick got
Oh
3?
my
Briz
god.
voted Maverick.
Because he
I heard
fast.
someone say Maverick was the killer.
Oh!
But I do think
All right.
it was Chris.
Okay, we can track everybody now. And I could track 5 more people. I didn't know this was a thing. Briz is definitely safe, though. Briz has done nothing to offend me so far, and she's also mayor. So, that way, we're fine. But we need to stay by people, right? Because if we die, they have to use their ability. And that, to me, is how... Where's my... There it is. We can track the next person. Chris! So that's a potato. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. 10 more seconds, that's fine. Bum bump dump da bum. There's Maverick just zooming in about. Right. Okay, somebody's gonna die here, so I'm just gonna stand here and look. Maybe imperfect strangers. So there's Briz. There's somebody else. Wait. Huh? What?
Okay, transporter.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. That's confused the brains out of me.
Who the fuck? I've been transported 3 times this round, and I'm over it.
I've been transported about 4 freaking times. I've been interrupted on so many tasks. I'm pretty pissed.
The thing is,
I've been interrupted once.
No, Briz has been doing trying to be doing Simon Says.
Yeah.
Which is arguably the most annoying one. Yeah. Whereas Chris, you got interrupted doing med scan, didn't you?
No, I was doing. No, I was not ever in med, but I barely finished my wires and electrical, and then I got transported off of numbers twice.
Wait, I mean last round specifically. Was that not you that I got transported with?
Last round, I never went into med bay.
Whoa. Okay. Well, I can clear somebody. Don't know where it is now.
Last round, I was on the right side pretty much exclusively.
I think the transporter's just trying to be a good help. Okay.
Well. They're operating off of incorrect information because I got sussed for a kill that I didn't do. So
okay. Oh no, that really sucks when you're a bad guy and you get framed.
That's such a fair point.
I'm voting you now, Ozza. Fuck you.
But look at the face on Ozza. It's such like a.
No, Ozza's
face is an elixir.
Is that Reggie Gigas? Oh my God, Apple.
Oh wait, no, that's Savathoon. That's Savathoon from.
Out of everyone to say that was not you, I think.
So Ozza's face on his bean is the hive god of lies and trickery. So therefore, we absolutely vote Ozza.
Huh? Can we just back up and just
Savathoon from Destiny 2, which is the hive god of lies and trickery.
Can I say why I think Oz is clear? And it's the same reason I think I'm clear.
That's why the meta.
Okay. Why are we clear?
The kills are way too slow.
True.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's Chris, pick up the pace.
Can we not talk about Apple just said Chelsea smile?
I feel like I'm also clear, but no one's clearing me.
I can track everybody. I'm gonna track a man. Can we finish? Am I the reason why tasks are slow? I love Southern music. Southern dance. Oh. Look at me. I'm a dancer man, baby. I need to find. I like it like. I traveled so far to get to my. Hi, everybody.
All right,
Hello.
I'm really
assuming
willing
you
to
went.
clear Oz at this point.
I'm assuming you went back after you got transported then?
Yeah, I went directly. I was in nav. I got transported away. Then I went to admin. Then I walked back. And as I'm getting to the bottom of weapons, I can see an Ozza flopped on the floor.
Okay.
So transporter, you really do know what you're doing today.
Well, if you got transported with Ozza, then Ozza would died after the transport. They wouldn't know the killer. Yeah. So I know that this cannot be Potato for Ozza's kill.
But
because the two of us are sitting on admin.
yeah, but that's so you said the kill would have happened before the transport.
No, it would have happened.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say
the two of you and Ozza got transported.
Yeah.
And then he's now dead in weapons.
Yes.
When was the transport roughly in timing from
4 seconds ago, if that.
4 to 5, somewhere around there.
I literally went from admin straight back to nav because that's where all my tasks are. Thank you, transporter. I wish I had more information about that.
I was about to clear somebody that is already cleared because everybody can see she's cleared.
I was going to say, is it Briz? Because I'm a little bit sus of Briz, I'm not going to lie.
What?
Well, Briz was...
Just a little bit, right?
Briz just a little bit ago was on wires and Calf. I walked up to and Briz just walked away from.
Hear me out. Who really trusts the mayor?
No one.
Maybe.
All right, Sam, for that.
The doomsayer?
No, Briz! Briz, you don't want to... No, please don't vote me, Briz.
No, you know, guys, neutrals don't end the game. It's fine.
What? No, that's... Okay, don't vote me!
Neutrals don't end the game. It's okay. Just, Sin, if you want to kill someone random, don't kill me, okay?
Listen here, I'm not even the neutral. I'm a crewmate.
You turned your gain up, like, really high right now.
No, I put my mouth onto my mic. Why?
Oh my!
I'm the tracker, baby!
He's not
Well,
even
you're dead,
the
baby.
Now I'm dead!
What?
I'm sorry, you don't.
Don't piss off the mayor, apparently.
Yeah.
Such is life.
I got transported to my death.
Who got you?
I did.
Chris,
You walked over him, dude.
You walked right over me. How did you not? Like, I can't believe you didn't accuse me because you walked right on top of me.
You crossed him on the way to the body.
Oh.
But no, I shot out there because I had no success getting bomb kills.
No success.
I just saw Apple kill Minty.
Who?
Apple. Why did you just?
Hey, Apple.
That might be a fake. Me.
Did we have? We had a lot of fake apples.
I went. No, I don't know if it was this round.
That was
or
last round.
Fake ones. I went straight to reactor off rip.
No, last game there was.
Last game, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there have been any so far this game.
I'm gonna be dumb here and skip just because I feel like we're almost done with tasks. I only have 2 left.
Oh, so you're
My tasks are done.
partner.
Yeah. Oh my god, you got me. But also, I don't know. I feel like it's a.
Well, I saw
to be fair,
an
Mayor
Apple
fails.
kill. Let's just put it that way. It wasn't the real
Yeah,
Apple.
Also,
okay.
Dark is being too quiet. I think Dark is evil.
Because this is over
Probably.
below upper engine.
I'm really close to there. Like I'm in reactor, but I'm not there.
I believe that.
Did anyone touch you there?
How many seconds before the
On
meeting
the-
started did it happen, Briz?
So?
Where's my drawing
Officer.
pad?
I saw the kill and then I reported the body.
Okay, so it's like a bop, you know. Like,
Dude,
And it's definitely Potato is definitely not a fake Apple because I was wondering why Apple
Yeah, I got
was she was just standing
transported.
there.
I was transported.
Oh,
Ooh.
oh goodness. Okay, okay.
I was a savior. I feel like we should. I feel like Dark is bad though. Dark would be
Okay.
bad here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Tess, I actually saw Dark running away from your body,
Also-
but I couldn't tell it was him.
Yeah. He was dressed as you.
That's what confused me because I was like, that's my color, but like I'm me. So like I like
Frick.
Yeah, been me. I was very confused.
1, 2. I think I'm the one that's like waiting on tasks.
Is Dark glitched out for anyone else right now?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Dang.
Oh yikes.
Oh, that's
oh,
weird.
Yikes.
Huh?
Wow.
She should just
Big
report the
yikes.
body. Oh, well, she can fix it in time.
What's happened to Dark?
He's glitched out there. He's just hiding in the vent.
Yeah.
He's not doing anything.
Oh.
Well, he's definitely glitch.
He's a.
He's a glitch. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, she doesn't.
Oh,
Oh,
that
yeah,
fixed
we
him.
finally
There
got
you
him
go.
to the vent.
It was the
We
door.
finally made it.
Yeah, it's just.
Touche. That body was reported a while ago.
Where is this potato?
Ba, ba, ba.
Hello?
Hello?
Noted.
Potato?
Potato. Potato. Earth.
Oh god, that one's mute. I'm sorry.
You're good. What's going on?
Hey,
I
chat.
got transported probably with this body, or Mav just killed it.
No, you absolutely got transported with this body.
Why would he?
Okay. Why didn't you report it though?
Oh, I get it. That was the transporter.
Maverick would be a transport. Okay, I will say I'm gonna put this out there. The reason I actually skipped on Apple. I thought Apple was bad. I was a sheriff and I wanted to sheriff shot Apple, so I spent this round looking for Apple, couldn't find her.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So I apologize for that. I probably should, but to be fair, maybe someone else. Maybe we have maybe we have a veteran or something like that who took her out. I don't know.
Wait, are we on? We've got how many tasks left? Two.
Briz, do you trust?
One.
I do
Could
trust
do.
Potato because Potato did get transported. That's right. It's got to be Dan's then.
Are you the one stuck in the wall, or?
I'm in a wall.
For me, so you were stuck in a wall and just running and dancing.
Me?
They could skip.
This is Dance 100%. I'll put that there.
It's either dance or dark.
They could just skip here.
I was with you for like the entire thing fixing. We saw Potato and Maverick. We didn't see Dark.
No,
Dark was stuck in a wall.
No, I was in a vent
fair.
watching Potato got transported with Apple.
You were
I was watching
glitched
it.
the hell
I
out
was
for
watching
us,
that.
Dark. You were glitched the hell out. You were running in
Yeah.
place on the door.
Oh!
You did nothing bad. Potato.
He was a glitch.
The glitch was glitch 100%.
I was trying to kill you. I really wanted to kill you.
And I did get
Mr. Worldwide
for my kill twice over because the glitch was morphed as me when they killed Tess.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Worldwide coming in because he gone dust in the time. Some of them got Tinder. Rigana. Tinder. Tinder. Denver. My ass off. It really looks like Chris is stroking my head.
You can't guess
The setting under imposters. You might want to go. Yeah, that's turned off.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you,
I don't know
Chris.
if it's intentional,
No.
but
Get out
I
of here.
apparently had a GA,
Get-
but I didn't have a star. But that's
Imposter confirmed. Yeah, that's not. We're in love with Destiny. What is it? Detective. That is. Okay. I'm a detective. And I'm a detective, baby. I can examine the body. Please, Tessen's gonna be like one of those. Tessen's gonna die, and that's gonna be like, oopsies. I'm calling it now. Tessen's gonna be the reason why I die early on. Else off. Never mind.
No.
Yeah.
Word about it. Huh?
Where does
This
that?
is in Death Valley, basically next to comms and O2, that little area. They're on the Node, I guess. Node or temperature.
Mr. Worldwide.
Probably not Dance.
Can I ask, Sin?
Yeah.
How long was Potato with you?
Oh,
what?
What was that? Guess?
since like the admin door.
Oh, Sin got guessed.
was that a love it?
They must have been lovers or something.
I guess that was lovers.
Okay.
Okay.
Well then, yeah. So
I just.
wait,
sorry,
since
what-
How?
what was the
right
info
or
on the
left?
back?
Yeah, since the
How?
we walked in together. Like,
How?
The admin door on the left side.
Okay. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we have a what is it called? Like a doomsayer who gets lovers?
I'm very confused because if they guessed Tessany was my medic. So if Tessany had a lover, why didn't Tessany shield their partner?
Tessany does.
No, but
totally
they guess Tessany out.
Yeah, I think it must be a doomsayer because how else would you guess a medic? Because you would have to guess. You'd maybe attack.
Unless you're their lover.
Azza, unless you had their shield.
Well, yeah. So unless someone tried to kill me and but then they would have to know exactly where I got my shield from, which would be really.
Well, if you
guessed.
What the heck? I was saying even drop shield. Maybe they made it obviously look like they shielded you type thing.
I don't know. I'm just worried we have a doomsayer that scanned because I don't think you get a medic otherwise.
What if Sin could guess and he was super salty Tessany didn't shield him?
No.
So he was like,
no, you can't do that.
You can't guess your lover. I don't think Sin would do that.
I'd never do that.
You could have just misguessed in general, like just force it, right?
And so this is their Papa. Where are you? What's your? I'd like to get pathing information from people.
I just passed 2 people on the comment.
In O2.
I just
Apple, where are
finished doing downloading
Kansas.
electrical.
Oh no, Jeff.
Yeah, I saw Brisbane Electrical. So.
Yeah,
When the arrow popped up,
Did you guess?
Hey, Tessin.
Yeah, I guess Oz's Doomsayer. But
No,
it's incorrect guess.
It's Maverick. Hey,
You know,
Tess.
I see that now. Yeah.
So, you know when I put inside the lovers chat and go, "Hey, baby, I am detective." You holding the knowledge of being medico. Yeah, and?
You know what, Tess? Respect.
What the why?
Why?
Shut up, bitch.
Hey, fair.
Brizzy's dead in comms.
I just got told to shut up, chat.
Okay. I
Shut
just
up,
ran from
man.
electrical to admin table and I saw 3 people in lab.
But they don't touch me.
Oh yeah, if I
I'm
pop
mad as
potato,
another.
might have observed me. If I pop.
Are we gonna play hot
The 3
potato?
people in lab, depending on when this was killed, are probably fairly decent for this, maybe.
We got a few, we got
Lab is one.
Where are
I'm
people
another.
right now?
we got the party.
Lab and apple.
Nav is fast. Oh, I'm Sleuth. Brizzy was arsonist.
Sorry,
Oh,
my
hell
wife
yeah,
was
brother.
here. I was explaining how certain roles work.
But
Me and Apple are in laboratory.
you were at comms though.
I was never at comms.
Wait, where's the body? You saying comms? At comms. So
I was never there.
I left potato and weapons.
Yeah, I went straight up to labs and I just met Apple at Vitals. I don't know where you went.
I'm in office right now. I'm doing the temperature outside the right side of office. I'm doing the card swipe and the card flip.
I'm on in the morning. We got it and we got out. Also, chat. Right, rotating to you. Hello, my name's Sin. If you can tell, I've got a shiny forehead today because it is really hot. In the UK, I am actually visibly sweating, so I'm going to try and keep my arms down a little bit. However, I do want to point out this is just a once a week stream that we do, which is just a little bit earlier, is where we play with the collaboration station crew. You know, if it doesn't work out for us and we don't end up doing it and people don't actually enjoy watching the content, or it is a little too early because I do have a majority US audience, I understand that. However, if you guys are enjoying it, I appreciate you guys sticking around and hanging out and watching the stream. We would probably turn them into TikToks and put them on 2 TikToks and all of that stuff. However, I just hope that you're all having a good time and enjoying it because I understand it's a very early stream for a lot of people. Right, let's just try and get ourselves some tasks done. Let's see, can we get a task win? Probably not. Some of our teammates are slews. They are sleazy crews. So we're going to just try and do it as much as we can. We're just going to vibe, chat. Is that just not the purpose of all of this? Oh my god, I'm very hot. I'm in love now. I'm in love now. Yeah. I'm a Doom Slayer because you're. Oh, Maverick dead. He's a Doomsayer. And the sheriff, the dead, gone. Okay, we got Apple coming through now. Can we get a test done?
What's going on?
What is happening?
Too much.
What is happening?
So
what is up?
Maverick's dead. Mav Apple went down the specimen together.
Yeah, he's dead. I'm reporting it. He's dead in Lower Decontam. He went ahead of me. I was fast, and now I'm slow. I don't understand.
Yeah.
I'm slow. I started moving
slow
slow.
too.
That,
Huh?
like, I was like,
you know who's not slow? I bet then. Potato.
Me?
Why?
Is that an ability that people have?
That's the Venerer.
Oh.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's. I think it's like the
Now,
last one.
Oz has just thrown her under the bus.
I have never seen. I've never been that good as
I've never
Venerer.
seen a Venerer kill that enough people.
No, yeah, exactly.
Potato, good job.
Okay, why?
Thank you.
Sid's reactor started going off. I don't know why we haven't fixed it yet.
I can't get to right.
I don't know. You
go. You
But
and
where you
Dark
started being
left
slow at the
me.
end.
Where did you go?
I went back upwards, and then I saw the reactor called, and I figured I was gonna die if I went on reactor. So then I decided to go check on vitals for a second, and saw
yeah, we saw
Maverick
two dead
die.
So where did you go after that?
I went back down into specimen. I went back through, and there's no bodies in specimen itself. I'm starting to go into the pathway.
I believe that. I believe that because he saw Mav and I leave, and so if he was on vitals and he was coming back down, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. And Dark
My
came back
vouch
upwards,
is
and
I've
he
been
didn't have a
holding this
body.
goddamn button from
No,
5
I think Oz
seconds
is good.
before it
I
went
think
off.
I think Oz is good there, and I believe Apple's thing too. I just don't. I think it's Potato.
I think so too.
Oh, okay.
For what it's worth, I
That
think the
was
other killer's Ozza.
really
but
good. Those were good
Oz,
kills.
if you're on
Potato.
left,
It was a
I couldn't
Venerer.
even make it to the right when I was so slow.
I'm rooting for
I
Ozza.
got it off it at the end because it
I am
wasn't being
I am
fixed.
rooting for
went to
Ozza
check my
now.
reactor for bodies.
Oh,
That was worth a shot. Worth a shot.
Super slow. And, oh god.
I'm gonna skip because if we get it wrong now, we're screwed.
Oh, you're an all-star.
Did you skip?
I gave you
Did you? Did you
I
skip?
skipped. I skipped. No, I
Okay.
actually did. I actually did.
Oh, he's a jester. Got it.
Hey, now you're an all-star.
Get your game on,
Let
go.
me guess. He's probably gonna call something like comms and drop a bomb.
Oh, that's not. You know what? That's actually a big brain, Briz. Okay, Minecraft villager. I'm just here to vibe, you know, since Tess didn't give me that med shield at the very beginning.
I didn't want to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I understand. You just wanted love or death straight away as medic.
That's funny right there. I don't care who you are.
Maverick!
Did you guess Tess?
Yeah, I did.
Maverick!
I got a list of roles and I picked one, and it was right.
That was right. Yeah.
Nicely done.
And you got a 2-for-1.
Maverick, I thought we were buddies, bro.
It wasn't meant for you. It was meant for Tess.
It doesn't matter who it's meant for. Maverick hit me.
I mean,
Matt, why did you have to hit the person that got randomly doused with a star?
I was in love. It's okay, it's okay. My lover was a
and then
suckish
Potato
lover.
murders me as I douse her as I was walking by.
Damn, I love a
I
doused
thought at
potato.
first I hit a veteran, but then I said nope. I got killed by an imposter.
Yep. Unfortunately, you did.
See, Maverick, you've caused more chaos. Oh my god. How?
Yeah,
What? How? How did that
I
happen?
just wanted to watch the world burn. Is there a problem with this?
Yeah, everyone's done with tasks except for Chris, and I don't think there's.
Chris is bugged.
my
Chris is
last
bugged.
task is bugged.
Yep.
Oh, that is true.
Sucks.
This is
Two.
technically a task win.
Technically, don't win.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
No,
Oh.
no.
Shh, that was loud.
Just a heads up for crew, my last task is bugged, so we can't get a test for it. Just wanted to let y'all know.
Okay.
Okay.
I watched this die on vitals, and then I've been trying to find it.
Oh, chat. Oz has played this really
That's
well.
Not true.
Oh no, he's played this so true. He's played this so well.
Well, Dance was always on the left side. I kept
What do
checking
you
him in the
mean,
top.
No.
I've just
What on
run
God's
down
heaven is that?
From I watched it die on Vital.
I want to read this, so I'm not gonna get rid of it. I want to read it. I slept for hours to end, riding it all night, all day, from the kitchen to the floor, from the front seat to the dining table, on the bedroom to the bathroom sink to the shower, vertically, horizontally, backwards, forward, sideways, upside down, on the floor, on the bed, on the couch, on the chair, on the wall, on the inside, on the outside, in the car, on the motorcycle, on the trampoline, on the bounce pool. Anywhere would be perfect for us to unite. Listen here, Entravox.
Oh yeah, I've got these feelings for you.
I can't allow that in the chat, but I want you to know. You chose the perfect song to come by. However, welcome sin. That kind of made me laugh though.
Where?
I was heading
Oh.
up. I assumed that Dance died up towards Light's cage.
I thought Oz was going to be dead because Apple just came running.
I
through
really
the
like how Oz has
Death Valley
played.
underneath
Oz has
the
played this really, really
He
well.
was the one who's dead.
Are you bamboozling? Oh, also, it really is.
Bamboozle. 2024 bamboozle.
Oh, I thought you were bamboozling me for a second. I really did because when I saw that I thought that.
You got it wrong.
You
Oh,
did
you
indeed
were
get bamboozled.
I'm so
sorry.
I saw you guys.
The lack of trust.
I'm so sorry, Ozza.
Well played.
So,
Yeah, played.
Dance was completely right.
I could see where you were when the death happened. I could see where you were.
I was trying to stab you at the end, and the door.
Yeah,
shut
I
us
saw
apart.
it.
I was gonna try to I was gonna close Apple out with you, but she passed by.
She was fast.
I
Ozza, you played that really well, bro.
Trust my gut. You were great, Ozza, of course.
Did you say you should have trusted your yacht?
Huh?
Oh god.
No, I mean,
Get your head out of TikTok, my friend.
I've never been on it.
Where'd you learn that word then?
I don't know. I was busy mewing.
Shut up. Wait, what am I? I'm a mayor. What's my modifier? I think I've got radar. I've got radar! Oh, so I can see people go. Is it? Oh, I can see people next to me. That's cool. Up this feeling to you. Hurry. How do we go now? Back in the roll, not gonna roll now. Right. Ooh. Mini Mav and I. So I guess I can't get voted out if I... Okay, Mini, Mav and I. There's Mav and there's... Mini is over here with I. So that's Mini. Okay, Mini, Mav and I. I can confirm Mini, Mav and I.
Chase after them. Shit.
Apple's dead outside of communications.
I know.
Upgradings. I don't know.
Last who it was, and I couldn't tell who it was.
Not potato.
It's not dark.
We're both a little electrical.
Who is the squad? It was
Brizzy,
me, Ricky,
myself,
Brizzy,
Ozza, Dance.
Okay.
Yeah, I came down from admin, walked up on the body
I saw
with
Sin
the
kill
rest
this,
of the
by the
great.
way.
Shut up, bro.
I just got off weapons.
I can't confirm that. The killer was running right side towards Nav.
Okay,
I
cool.
passed them
Before,
coming up on
What?
They're probably good. Before comms went out and screwed admin table over, there were 4 people up in weapons.
Wait, can I... Wait. Can I just... Where's the body?
Right
Above
outside
comms.
comms.
Yeah, right outside of comms.
Well, currently, Mini and I are in navigation. Maverick is on weapons
No.
still. Or are you
No,
are you
I'm
still on? Are you still on asteroids?
I'm the one with the green shield.
I just got off. I'm on my way walking downwards, but
So,
yeah, I've been
Minty
at weapons.
is also with me on this body. I saw the green shield with me on top of the body coming. Looks like he came from shields because you didn't come from. couldn't
Yeah, I was.
come from left side.
Oh yeah, no,
'cause
that's
I just
true.
passed who it was.
Exactly. I was gonna say.
What about
you
Tess
having
and
the green
Chris?
shield closed you.
They were in storage. I think last I saw.
Well, I
Who's-
mean, I'll just tell you right now. Is the body running away?
Hi,
is the
Ari.
person running away from the body, the Flash?
How
Because if
you?
it's
No,
not,
It's not.
Okay, then it's not me, because I'm the Flash.
Oh my god.
Unless you morphed into someone else. What about you, Tess?
Is somebody... Wait, who's in Nav with me?
Not me.
It's the killer then!
No, it's Tessa.
Potatoes cleared this.
The killer was running towards Nav. If you're saying you're a Nav, then you're
There is a killer... you look at my name. Next time. How am I the killer? I'm revealed mayor. I'm good. I'm glad. How's everything? Are you being the beaniest of beans? Why am I... Is my closest ally all the way down here? Whoa! Huh? What was all of that? Ozza, Mav, Tess. Ozza, Maz, Tess, and Chris. What was... That was a lot of people. I think they're all having a good time down there, chat. Back in the roll. Because you know, I'm just a big roll.
Damn, that's fast.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, nice guys.
Where's this?
I think I got share shocked because Doc was following me to Medbay, and he popped right behind me.
Sheriff shoots you though.
Because I was saying at the end of the last round that Destiny had killed Apple.
Oh, I missed that then.
Yeah, no, because
do we want to
the
do
killer...
players just in case it's not a sheriff shot?
I just left. Brazine.
Hi, Cookie. Pardon.
I think I saw Dance over admin area top of storage.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
I feel it. Did I see Maverick? Did I see you?
You saw me going out of admin just now.
Wait, okay, yes, I did then. Can I just say, what was with everybody in comms? Everyone was there.
How many crewmates does it take to fix a sabotage?
Everyone, apparently.
And then they locked the damn door into storage.
Yeah, I was there for that
the
bit.
only one that made it in because I'm fast, and I waited on the other side of the door to make sure that somebody didn't stack kill in there. And then I went back and finished my gas.
Like a shower.
Good to stream. Has some technical issues.
Possibly.
Like what? What's going on?
Missing that could have swooped or.
Yes, for you.
I mean, Tasney could have just killed it.
It could have been.
I've got it.
Yeah.
I've got it open.
Could have been.
I could have. Yeah.
I thought
One of the Among Us looks fun. It really, I love it. I love it.
Dark Clear mean
what's the issue though, Cookie? Something I could do?
Potato, who did you clear last time?
Dang.
Frick!
Me and Dark.
Who voted me?
electrical.
I bet it was Tessin.
No, I voted Ozza.
Likely. I'm gonna host a community lobby, but I just need to make sure that there's enough names in for it, Cookie. I'll bring like Shadows and Shark into it as well. I could not night. Yeah. Something la 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 la. La 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 la. Oh! Fine. Makes me look so sus. Rock round it, that burst. And I found. Right, so I went to vote Tess, so let's see if Tess was right.
Sin is dead.
Oh
in,
wow, it's not.
Navigation.
Okay.
I'm gonna regret this later. Oh, okay. I'm gonna clear Minty. Or no, wait, is it Potato?
Huh? I was gonna say.
You were running after me.
It's Magic and Minty. I got confused.
How recent, Briz, is this like?
Well,
the lights are off, so I guess you.
Yeah, it was a few seconds. I don't know. What is your timing on the Amni Arrow dance?
A few seconds. I don't know.
Yeah.
Chat, I think I'm now getting to the point now where I want to get my hair cut. You see, like. It is very long now. Oh, we figured out how to do the gritty. Hold on, I need to fix this. backing. Wait, okay, wait, watch it. You ready? I'm reading this in a way that I would read something normally. You ready? This one.
In a world where every action has unintended consequences and every decision carries moral weight, how do we determine the right course of action? This is Backing Minister's Legacy.
There you go. Nice. Sorry. It's when somebody says something that's like in a world where I'm like, I need to go. I need to do this. I need to show off. Right. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day today. Welcome, Sin. Right. Let's speedrun our tasks. We've been popped. We've got like 3 more tasks and they're all easy. Boing, 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 boing. Straight down to storage. It's refuel that's really gonna wind me up, I reckon.
In a world lost from medication.
That's just America. Chris is Speedy Gonzalez, though, bro. I need to run away. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So Potato was my medic, so that's why I was kind of trying to get them to make sure they were like cleared and stuff. This died. It wasn't Dance because it blinked out when I was with Dance.
Well, these both are dead together in the back of electrical.
Okay.
I actually I left electrical as Potato and Briz walked in, went up and around, did my vials, and then went back down to see if Potato had killed Briz, and now instead I found both of them dead.
Double kill?
It's probably a double kill. Briz is on the wires, Potato is on the download.
I was on admin table. I saw one in navigation. I went to go check. I didn't see anyone there. Minty had the same idea, I think.
No, I was just kind of walking around.
And then
I think Oz is bad.
Testing.
No.
The Juice client situation, is that the dude from Eurovision? I have no clue what happened. Let's see. If it's written in the LGBTQ music charts, let's see what it is. Discovered the disqualification of Juice Klein and the disappointment caused Among Us fans. Reflecting incident. Controversial incident involving Juice Klein and clearly made agreements. Juice was filmed when he had gotten off stage and had to rush an agreement despite recording indicating he didn't want to be filmed. To be respected, this led to a threatened movement. He says he doesn't want to. Okay, let me see this bit. Following the incident, a report was investigated by the EBU. The police, however, admitted to... So basically, what? So what happened is he didn't want to be filmed in the green room after getting off stage, and then they filmed anyway, so he escalated it. I'm guessing he went physical. Am I correct on that one, Minister? Because coming from... I used to work in show production. And when you sign a contract, did a threatening hand motion? What, like this? What's that gonna do? It's Eurovision. It's a very soft-minded snowflake TV show anyway. I get it's all for charity, but it is very snowflake. Everybody on there who's behind the show running side of it is just very, don't hurt my feelings, if you get what I mean. So if somebody walks in and starts doing this, well, good. Did he hurt you? No. Did it offend you? Yeah, well, don't listen to him then. But at the same time, when you do sign a contract to say that you are going to be on something that is as big and televised as Eurovision, they're allowed to... Yeah, threatening. What's it like? What, this? What was the hand motion? Let me see. Let's deep dive on this one quickly. The controversy he wished it. It's a threatening movement. Yeah. Oh, it was a threatening movement, but he didn't touch the camera woman. Okay, what's he gonna do? He's basically just done that then, hasn't he? He's just went. Like he's like fronted her, right? Oh, stop being so soft about it. Did he touch her? No. Did it scare her? Yeah. Well, did she back off? Yeah. Well, there you go. Threat worked. Getting disqualified from it is stupid though. The way forward, the police report suggests that there may be prosecutions in the future. It's important to remember that this is not a judgment in court. Juiced has the right to pursue legal action against the camera woman if he believes it's necessary. What stupidity! This is why I can't this is why I can't watch Eurovision. It's so snowflaked. Everything is, please don't touch my delicate little flower. It's gonna hurt my feelings. You're there for charity. Shut up. But at the same time, my argument is he is contractually obligated. Wow, everybody voted. Even Mav voted. They are contractually obligated to film everywhere that they go. If you say no, they can just go, well, we're filming anyway. It is how it is. But that is bullshit though. It's bullshit that he got disqualified for it. Ollie Mers, next song. We can go with this one.
Chasing me!
Whoa, that was loud.
I was gonna try to kill you. So if you had waited a second, you could have just let me pop myself off you.
Oh, come on, Tess.
Yeah, they need to.
I'm done with Tess.
After they're dead.
Oh.
They're dead.
I called it. I fucking called it.
Yep.
I hadn't done anything. I hadn't done absolutely nothing because I couldn't find any kills because every time I went to kill somebody,
Ozzy beat you to it.
Yeah.
Well, no, I purposely was delaying my kills so Ozzy could try to get a Warlock pop off.
I was trying to go for Warlocks. No one was grouping up. I only got 2.
Oh, you didn't get that.
We should have swapped places then, Ozzy.
Yeah, the sheriff just went for a vet.
Yeah, like it's early enough.
It's annoying that that happened though, BAKKA. It is.
Ricky,
I appreciated you giving me time for my Warlock to charge.
We swapped in the first round.
Hydration. Thank you, Cookie. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for chilling out in the chat as well, Cookie. I appreciate you.
Picked up your role that I better reveal immediately, or I was gonna get shot as mayor.
So
Thank you for stroking my head, Dark Wolf.
Who made the kill round 1?
What?
Probably
that was me round 1.
Oh.
And then who was the one on dance?
The beverage of wait, we got a crewmate with torch. I can see shit. That's great. I'm a hunter. Stalk the imposter. I'm a stalker that can see in the dark. Okay. We've got Sprite today and Coke Zero. I do enjoy a little. I enjoy an ice cold soda in this weatherest of weather. Can I figure? I don't even know how to use this roll. Huh? So what does it do?
The fuck is your grenade settings, Dance?
Wow.
Like,
Whoa.
That was long. This is a dropship.
Plead the 5th and a half, Your Honor.
5th and a half. Now I'm British. Does that mean anything different?
It means absolutely nothing because there is no 5th and 5 and a half.
We can. It's Among Us. Huh?
What's that? What's the 6th?
Is that the right that you can't be like? Oh, what's
bare arms?
Sixth Amendment is the
that
right
the
to a
sixth?
trial by
Bearing
jury.
arms?
No.
No, Sixth
Oh, right to a trial
Amendment
by
is right to
jury.
a trial by jury.
Wait, what's the 5th then?
The 5th is the right to protection against self-incrimination.
Hey, Josh.
Yourself
How
is
you
the
doing?
5th, right? So,
Okay.
so he pleads between not incriminating himself and being jured out by his peers. This is interesting.
Wait, so that no, so wait, he's correct then. Yes, he's pleading the 5th and a half.
Yeah.
Well done. Okay,
Oh my God.
okay, we have to skip
I love
then.
being accidentally correct. It's my favorite
Wow.
kind of correct.
Imagine being half like correct in American. That's like a quarter American British.
Okay, I'm voting sin.
Wait, neutrals
Even
don't
though
end the game, do
even though I
they?
hate this country, I'm still voting you just because.
Neutrals don't end the
Listen.
game. They just kill someone.
If it makes you feel better, my plan is to emigrate to Maine. So
Where is the actual body in dropship?
Exactly. Dead center almost.
This is with viewers, not this one, no, but we do viewer lobbies. So if you're in the Discord server, which I think you've just joined, we'll be doing them somewhat in this week.
Apple just entered lab.
Hi and hello everyone, I'm Michael Blind, and I think Sin
Because I stood there in dropship
needs to
for a
see
bit.
Hiccup
I was
in beast mode. I do.
Right below the P. I didn't see it when I left, so that's all I know.
I'm terrified.
This is
You were below
actually-
what? What were you?
I'm
below?
on the S and
On
the
the
H.
P. I thought I was at like the right below the peon dropship. I think this is recent.
It's like, we need to stop peeing on people, okay?
I'm good.
Like
Minty is
middle of the
not
word.
bad.
I voted
Yeah,
myself.
I think this might be
Why
bait.
did you do
potentially.
that?
No. I just passed Apple and went right back to the ship see if there's any.
Right, I can stalk people. I'm stalking Potato. That I'm down today in a far. How are you today, Mr. Hiccup Wild? Okay, different song. Fun is great though. Moves like Jagger, also kind of a banger though. And Cookie, just to reiterate what I said before, I like an ice cold soda drink on a summer's day like today was. A little bit cloudier than it was over the weekend, but nevertheless, still needed some ice cold sodas. You know. Wait, I can kill. What? I'm confused. I'm confused.
I
That was a
thought I saw
disperse.
something I didn't see, and I was wrong. So we can just skip.
That was a disperse.
Yeah, we got dispersed. Oh, you're button Barry.
Yep.
Yeah, but somebody did die.
Yeah.
No, they didn't.
Did I?
Wait, did somebody get voted out at the end of last
Maverick
night?
shot
Maverick shot it.
Oh, Maverick shot himself out. Never mind. Okay, never mind.
If it helps,
We can just
if
skip
we're
them.
looking for things to shoot out, I'm bait. You can have
I
that.
need to figure out how I can say it because I don't understand the role as much enough yet. However, I have an inclination to believe Potato might be a little bit suspicious.
Me?
Oh, I understand.
I hope you do because I don't have a clue.
It's really easy.
What do you mean? It's. I have an inclination.
What have I done?
Apple has more inclinations than you. Please don't.
Inclination?
I have an inkling inclination.
I just
Apple
want to know what I did.
I don't know what it is yet.
You don't
Without
know what I did
outing,
yet.
without outing my role because I don't understand the role
Everyone is
enough
so
yet.
confused over Hunter.
Okay, Hunter.
And no one understands it.
Ha!
Like I explained it 2 weeks ago, and people just talk over me when I'm explaining
it's
it. So I'm just.
extremely, yeah. It's the same role that everyone gets confused over.
And every time I try to explain it for people, I just get talked over. So I gave up trying to explain it.
That's so sad. Hit that like button.
Subscribe if you're new.
And don't forget, if
Thanks
you
for the friendship
have
vote, Minty.
Prime, Amazon Prime, you can sub to your
Favorite streamer for free. Yep,
Yeah,
that
that.
Bezos bucks, baby.
Why is it when I die in meetings, everyone just automatically assumes I shot myself out?
Did you shoot yourself though?
No!
Well,
I
then-
got shot out.
I'm guessing you got guessed by the
Doomsayer.
Doomsayer.
That's what
Hi Ditta, how you doing? It's this game, not this one. It's not this game. Check DMs when you're free. Also, I'm good but tired. I will check my DMs when I am free. Also, I am shattered. It is. I've got. Look, I bought a desk fan. It's not even meant to be a desk. It's like an actual like. It's a bigger desk fan, but I've put it next to me because I'm freaking roasting, bruv. Oh. Also, if they interact with somebody, then you can kill them. If you get voted out, then the last person you've to vote. Wait, am I not a good guy? That's insane. That doesn't feel like a nice guy. Mm-hmm.
Huh. Wait.
Altruist.
No.
No altruist.
Mm-hmm.
No altruist?
No
No,
altruist.
Atrocity got shot out.
Yeah.
Chris never
That's right,
had a chance or never oracled anybody else after that, so that's why it still shows up as crew.
Oh.
That's right.
Oh. Okay. He tried to oracle me.
August.
Skip.
Okay, I'll check now. I'll check it now.
We should vote Dance here.
I
We don't have a veteran. We don't have a veteran.
Oh, we do. We
No, we
definitely
don't.
do.
No, we don't.
No, we do. We do.
Why do you
No,
say
Dance
we
has
don't?
got to go. Dance has got to go. He's not a
Why
veteran.
do you say we don't, Ricky?
Because I don't have one in my trap, and I have 7 rolls plus Oracle. He's gotta go.
Ricky Jester?
No, he's got to go.
Deafin.
Oh right, I know why there's two.
Hilarity
It's
of-
because
Hmm.
because of
Ricky
the
claiming
whole.
Dance's role, Dance.
Hiccup, bro. Bro, that is what I'm talking about, bro. Yes. All about. I love that. Okay, never mind. I didn't want to do a task anyway. That is insane. Well done. Fam, insane.
Nice.
Information from Ricky.
Last round. There's not a veteran.
What else do we have before you get shot?
There's a plague
What
bearer.
bad
There's
things
a
do we
grenadier.
have?
There's a
Grenadier for sure.
Dance is not bad, Ricky.
Dance is not veteran.
I know what he is. He's
Dance
not
is pesty.
bad.
Dance is pesty.
What?
No.
Dance is a
why?
1000% pesty because we have a plague bearer in the trap. He turned pesty. He's claiming veteran.
No. He wasn't claiming veteran.
Yes, he was.
What?
He claimed.
I'm good. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. He's good. Dance is good. I know what dance is. He's good.
Chris said he tried to Oracle Dance, and then Dance killed him. That's basically what he said, almost word for word.
Chris is dead. How did you hear Chris?
No, because Dance, you said Chris tried to Oracle me. We can skip here.
If it doesn't matter.
No, Apple. No, he's not. He's bad. He's bad. He's bad.
Matter.
He's not. I know what he is. He's not bad.
What is it?
No, he's not.
I'm a good person. You guys made a mistake here.
Yeah, we did.
Deafen.
Bro, what just happened?
So I'm guessing
Everybody
that
is lying to protect their roles, and there's only a doomsayer and an escapist left.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that Apple killed the Oracle.
Yeah. I tried to Oracle Apple, and she was on alert, and I died.
And Ricky's saying there's not two veterans because, if I'm not mistaken, I think Vampire Hunter turns into veteran.
Yeah, I figured that out once because I was saying, how are there two vets? And I said, oh right, your settings have Vampire Hunter go vet.
Would let you.
Thank you, dude. Now you see why. I know. I'm glad that you did. However, bro, it does take some mad dedication. But that is insane. That is insanity.
Ooh, potato is recent.
Get this now.
Everybody's
I was
lying.
GA for Chris, and I just picked up this rower.
Okay.
I just checked on vitals. Only Dark was dead. Potato was incredibly recent.
Do we have any idea where Potato was seen last?
Not a clue.
There were two in.
Maybe
it
we're
was either
perfect
2 in electrical or 2 in
strangers.
labs. Ricky, did you come from labs? Was there anyone with you?
No, that information's old. I was in electrical a while ago.
I
left, went to top rate reactor. It was already fixed, came down, went to admin. I only have 2 tasks left in specimen. I have Simon Says and the artifacts.
Dang. Oh. Okay.
So,
unfortunately, Ricky was lying.
Yeah, through his teeth.
Everybody was lying and claiming.
Ricky, I was veteran.
roles.
He saw me kill. I was vet.
No, well, you turned vet from
There were
Vampire
2
Hunter.
veterans.
Yeah.
There were 2 veterans.
Damn.
One vet was claiming to be.
Why did he... Wait. Well, you're the only one at the moment who knows what beast mode hiccup is. I know what puppy mode hiccup is as well, apparently. Jeez, I thought puppy was good. Look what you are now. That's insanity, bro. I love it. I love you. You're insane. That is... I couldn't do that. I could, but not to that level. 3 a.m. gym sessions? No. And that's you waking up for it.
Trying to say that there was no veteran in their trap when there were in fact 2 veterans.
Well, yeah, because I had to lie about how I
shot Maverick because he came up as Vampire Undertaker.
What role did we get? I'm going to say imposter. Imposter. We've got torch modifier and we are investigators. So weird. You can see everybody's footprints. Okay. You'd be wrong. No. I'm right. So look, who went that way? Grey, green. Okay. I need to remember Don't do this with the footsteps. So there's... Okay, a lot of people up here. That's fine still. I'm going to try catch a... Never mind.
Wait.
Okay.
Huh?
Dance Apple? Looks like you're both going.
This was not my dance.
Why are you reporting so quickly?
I don't want to say that it's the real not my dance because that would be incredibly brazen.
They just did it in front of you.
Yeah.
On me. Yeah.
And then right in front of you. Like I don't know why you're reporting this when we're chasing the person down and you saw.
Oh, I just happened to see people running from him. Like okay, because I know it's not Tess or Maverick because they're both
Game
electrical.
move.
I know
is
it's
to shoot Not My Dance as a werewolf, and then if that person who shoots him dies, then we know that it's not My Dance.
It's not Centrosity, it's not Apple, it's not Dark Wolf, it's not myself, and who else are you claiming clearing Dark?
That's
Not
Maverick,
me.
both in electrical as I saw.
Okay, Centrosity, Maverick,
on the
myself, Dark
ship.
Wolf, Apple, Tesla.
Centrosity was just standing in the
I
middle of
also
that
didn't
area
move.
there earlier.
I'm trying. Hold on, I'm trying to think.
Centrosity ran to the right.
Yeah.
I also saw Minty on wires in electrical, so it's
Yes,
not
and then
Minty.
I went down afterwards. Yeah.
Can I defend myself? Sorry, I know everyone else was giving information,
Yeah.
but considering that we're saying it is a me, it is not the real me. The real me is
You
saw
pre-run.
that we were doing Polis before everyone else and ran straight down.
Yeah.
And made it all the way down to the water wheel and the little node down next to weapons and admin, and I just finished the node and I'm doing the water wheel.
I did watch you pre-run down as I came in, and Chris has died. Literally has just died.
Okay.
Because Chris was
So wait.
right next to me.
So not Dance.
Who's the crew up and drop? Bruzy, Ricky, Sin, who else?
It's not.
I'm in.
I'm gonna clear Centrosity and Apple. I saw both of them and Dark Wolf, and they could not have been the
Yeah.
fake Dance. It could
Ozza
still be
was
Dance
still
as the
up.
actual killer.
I was
though.
still in dropship.
Yeah, Ozza was still in
No,
dropship.
no,
we left him
no,
up there.
I am currently in
Dance
drill.
pre-run and got
No one
up.
can
I mean, the
vouch for
person
you
was
there.
running up.
No,
the
so
the person with the
okay,
fake dance
no,
was coming up
This
from
is
the
either
bottom.
exactly dance or exactly potato. Then assuming all the clues are correct.
Okay.
What if it's a dancing
Well,
potato?
I was in electrical too.
A dancing
I saw-
potato.
That's insane. Okay. I need to think about this one. Do I go down the meme of making content, or do I go down the big brain? I'm known for being such a freaking smooth brain, though. Why wait? You said darkened in one way. You say. Oh wow, that's it. You are the one thing in my way. One thing in my way. Okay, I need to try find. Okay, so that's minty and that's dark. There's grey footprints coming from this way. Okay. Electrical and lab. Electrical and lab. Let's go check out electrical and lab. That's Maverick's footprints. No, it's Ricky's footprints. Electrical, electrical's Ricky, electrical's Ricky. Ricky's in electrical. I have torch enabled still. And that's comms. Huh.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
There's also a body in lab right now too. Just letting you know.
This is a bomber. Okay, Apple might be
Whoa.
a bomber. But I'd like
I'm
to
in
hear where everyone
weapons.
is.
That is the greatest
weapons,
bomb
I'm on
of all
asteroids.
time.
Not anymore. You're not. You left a little bit.
Yes,
ago.
I am. Yes, I am. I am
I
in
was
weapons.
just
I am
in
on
there.
asteroids.
I was
I'm
just
in there.
there.
I'm in there. Comms happened. I am in there.
No,
I didn't
you
even
were,
see
but you,
Ricky.
you ran out past weapons, above communications, and then into Death Valley, which is where you currently are, or into O2. One of those two.
Ricky, did you kill Sin? Or
I've got something for you for after the game.
Sin fix?
Okay. I'll show you what I have after the game as well, Apple.
Okay.
Ricky, did you kill Sin? Because he just
No, I'm not
died
in
on
the
comms.
He
August.
just blew up.
Oh yeah.
The bomb just blew up. Dance blew up.
August.
Yeah, that's too many people for it to not be a bomb or a wall.
But it was
exactly.
it was just you, me, and Sin there.
Yeah, but that's what I
The
think.
prob- okay, the only
Brazine, where are you? Brazine, where are you?
I am in communications. I just finished my download and was starting to walk out.
I will
This
also
is
say
report-
this is not all one bomber, like one person, unless
Nope,
they killed the other people.
it's not.
Because I found Tessa's body in the
I
hallway.
beg
of the
this
lab
was
right
a six. Chat. I beg this
Yeah,
is a
that's why
six
it
man.
was more of like
I beg this is a 6-man bomb. That would be content.
I'm
Before comms?
currently in because I was started my download before the communications was called.
Okay, so I think potato or apple or bomber. I'm not sure which one.
I
And
think
then
you're the Arso.
Wasn't potato? Oh, it's too many for Arso though.
And then I think Dark Wolf also killed lovers. I didn't vote you,
Oh.
Apple. I didn't vote you.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna send you the thing.
Yeah, I'll look at
as
it
soon
later.
as-
I won't check DMs. I won't check
Yeah,
them.
yeah. Okay, okay.
Potato, we're lovers.
No, their lovers already died.
Fam,
can
fam.
No!
Was that a 6-person
Ozza,
bomb?
We had it so
No,
close.
it wasn't.
Oh,
So,
thank
I killed
God.
Labs.
Dude, I thought we were the power couple.
Dude, I just walked into Apple's
If
bomb.
they sussed you in that meeting,
that's what happened.
I was gonna prosecute
Yeah.
them out.
That was so. Dude, Oz that I had it on lock there. And Apple, you had to drop a bomb of our to ruin our love.
Oh no, she ruined the love.
Wait,
Love bomb.
who got Tess? Was Tess a lover?
Apple, the
I got this.
TLDR was
Oh.
you were the only arrow I had left alive.
I really wish that was a really good bomb. That'd have been content for Apple if she'd have got if it was her that got that one. That was a hiccup. Oh my God, that was loud. Boop doop boop boop doop. Okay, we're a giant Chester. We're a giant juggernaut. This is impossible. No, we're huge and we can kill. Oh no! Oh no! We can't kill. Oh. You can't. Whoa.
That would be a really dumb kill.
There are 3 of us in weapons plus body.
Myself.
Yeah,
Apple, Rosie.
Minty, myself,
There-
and then Apple was up on the download.
The thing is, though, there's like actually 5 blips on weapons about maybe 3 seconds ago.
Yeah, this
Well,
kill
some
is
of us
in
were
weapons.
more
So
people
kill it
walking
and
through
kills
there
as well.
because I just walked through weapons to get to O2.
Hmm.
That's who I'm with.
Yeah,
I'm with
I'm standing on
somebody
top of
with the
Mav on
green
leaves.
shield. Yeah,
Yeah, that's me.
that's true.
Did anyone see the actual slice? Because I sure didn't.
I didn't see the slice. I just saw the report button pop up as I was finishing my asteroid.
Is the
Yeah.
slice in weapons?
The slice is in weapons,
Oh, okay.
but there is still a crap ton of us up there.
How?
Just in weapons.
That's what I
know
want.
Tess was an
Yeah.
admin with me
Myself-
recently.
Where it's being reported, it's myself, Rizzy. I don't know who else is up there. Apparently, Apple's on the
Me.
download.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see app on download.
Hey,
And then a lot of people started walking in, and then suddenly this report button popped up.
Yeah, so I've just done my card swipe, and there was someone else in there with me in admin.
I was in there with Tess initially, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I saw you or not.
All right, Sin
Yeah,
is our
well,
killer.
I've just left.
Huh?
It's between Sin and I then.
What?
It's Sin.
Oh. Well, it's between you two for us.
It's between
Sure.
us two, but I'm cleared because I already said I was bait. So Sin is bad. You're welcome. Thank you guys.
Hey, I'll take it.
Bait. Sorry, it's a crewmate modifier.
You
that
can
means
get
when
shot
you,
as bait.
Bait.
You don't say you're
Police
bait.
report. How's it been?
Bro!
But if I claim it, Ozza, then no one believes it, and now it's a whole metagame thing. And no one knows anymore.
Well, do they believe or not believe? Okay, now that's two, fam. There's meta, right, and then there's big meta. Okay, I'm gonna try get. Man! Damn it! Frick, bro! I shouldn't have went in for that. What a bait! What a bait!
2 whole bodies down here. Damn, son.
Wait, where?
Shields, 2 bodies.
Oh,
What was he?
okay.
I think we have their bodies that are showing up on admin table because I saw 2 blips
Yeah.
here, and then I went down. I was trying to figure out when I got shot in cap.
Monkey Mondays! It is Ava! How you doing? Welcome, sit.
That was the
Well, it's
only one that was
not-
shot.
How you
which was
doing?
weird.
Yeah,
don't-
that
This
is
is the one I
weird.
saw.
Gotta ask a question too, Ozza.
Okay.
The previous round, I was an admin, and you say you were in there too, and you saw me.
Yeah, so when I did my
but the lights
card
were
swipe,
off.
No. When I did my card swipe, there was like I thought A dot.
Doing all right. How are you? I'm doing okay. I feel. Wait, let me just change this playlist a little bit. I feel like we've listened to every song in this. Na 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 every day. Oh, gig. And for that, I'm gonna go to here, and we're gonna go to just like that. But I'm doing good, Alva. It's a good day. It was a good summer weekend. We had a couple of vibes. I went out, saw the sun a little bit, had some cold drinks. And now we're here, Mungie Mondays. I think I'm going to start calling it that, Mungie Mondays. I can't write it Mungie Mondays because Mungie Mondays, the spell of Among Us without the A is kind of sus. So I'm just going to call it Among Us Mondays from now on. That's what it is. I like that.
Do you think there's a world these two just traded because they're on top of each other?
It feels back to grey weather. Honestly, Cookie, I kind of felt that it was bright, but it was just grey. It's like we just got it and it was gone. It's like what happened is we got the Northern Light show and then it was gone. Oh, bro.
Womp womp.
Yeah. I was on a freaking roll as well.
My goddamn download. Who got you two?
I killed the escapist.
Get the snitch, too.
well, you know, maybe if you didn't neglect your med shield.
Then did his partner kill you?
Huh?
Then who killed you?
I killed the escapist at the same time the escapist killed me.
Oh, you traded. Okay.
Yeah. I was a giant juggernaut. Felt like a Call of Duty day. Yeah, Cookie. I feel like that we got given all of the It feels like that we got given the possibility to have a nice summer, and then the Northern Lights happened, and it was like, you've had your fun now, go back. So, thank you, Northern Lights. You took the sun with us. I've got faith for this week, though. In fact, let me check weather for this week. Let's see what we get.
Skies this week.
The weather this week.
Looks like there will be rain and cloudy skies this week.
Chat. It says here Monday. Wait, weather this week. It is Monday, cloudy. Tuesday, 80% chance of rain. Wednesday is 30% cloudy. Raining 50% on Thursday. Cloudy on Friday. Saturday, 40% chance of rain. And then Sunday, partly sunny. Exactly, you're killing me. Get it up in there. I'm going out tomorrow to cinema. It's raining. Where's the sun gone? What are you going to see, Cookie? Wait. Okay, no, it's not out yet. I thought you were going to go watch the new Deadpool movie. I can't wait for that one, though. Oof, I am itching to watch the new Deadpool. I don't get it's going to be so fun. What are you going to watch? What's coming out tomorrow? Or unless something is just still out. Let me see. What is out tomorrow? Is it HeroCraft the movie?
Like push from someone else.
Yeah.
I'm two people's ass.
What a beautiful day! I love that. I've got that saved as a GIF where he goes, "What a beautiful day!" Okay, yeah, the new Planet of the Apes. I think it's War of the Planet of the Apes or Planet of the Apes New World. I don't know, something like that. But yes, I do want to watch that actually. The new Deadpool though. It's amazing. It's so good.
That's a problem right there.
That's wrong.
Oz's vision.
So
Yeah.
I can't see in the dark.
You saw me in admin. The lights are off.
The lights went off.
Well.
Who did that?
You just got appled, baby.
Oh.
Your ex target.
Yeah, okay. Makes sense.
No, fair enough. Fair enough.
God. Deadpool, though. In fact, whilst this game goes on, I think I could just bring up the new trailer for it. Down, down. Let's watch it. The new trailer for Deadpool's freaking nuts.
I think he shielded Apple.
Let's go to Deadpool trailer. This.
Just give me one more drink and then I'll leave.
This is nuts.
Hi, Peanut. I'm gonna need you to come with me right now. Look, lady, I'm not interested.
All right, well, I'm sort of on the tick, so upsy daisy. Here we go.
Oh, whiskey the claws.
Hmm.
It's quite common in Wolverines over 40. You don't want this. Unless you want to take a deep breath through your forehead, I suggest you reconsider.
It's gonna be so good.
I'm about to lose
the yellow
everything that I've ever
suit.
cared about. Not my problem.
Is that what you said when your world went to
Ouch! Shouldn't have said that. You lost everything.
Come again.
This Wolverine let down his entire world.
Want to talk about what's haunting you, or should we
It's
wait
all
for
that,
another
baby.
flashback?
It's all that.
Go yourself.
It's gonna be so good.
I don't know anything about saving worlds, but you do.
Trust me, kid. I'm no
It's
hero.
such it's a perfect song choice.
You were an X-Man.
Can you call my name?
You were the X-Man. I am soaking wet right now.
Oh yeah, me too. When you call my name. Hello.
This is what I'm talking
Ant-Man's head. Is that wait? Out of curiosity, chat. Most replayed moment. Is that Ant-Man's helmet? Right? Is this dead Ant-Man? This is the most replayed part of the entire thing as well. So is that? That looks like Ant-Man.
This is what I'm talking about. Big slow motion action.
That's gross.
Who knows if you live or die?
Well, let me. There we go. I can't wait. I cannot wait. Ah! It really. Also, so what are we? We are the engineer with torch. That can come in handy. Did not realize that they were just waiting for us to join. Just gonna click fix straight up. Hello. Oh my. I'm just curious. Apple, did you see a ventilation being placed on the floor there?
Yeah, just before you ran into storage to
No,
find me,
that's-
and then are trying to cover up for the fact that you're the miner by trying to ask if I saw anyone.
Oh my God, Apple, please don't do this to me,
Alright, voting's
please.
in.
No, listen. I have a Minecraft object that requires a stick and a torch. Oh wait, it's a torch. I saw the person place it down and jump in. It was Maverick.
No, I'm on weapons.
Maverick, that's not true. Weapons is below there anyway.
Does anyone know where Dark was at all?
That doesn't look good.
Not at all.
Dark's body's in reactor.
Wait, in reactor?
No,
Wait,
no, it's
what?
not. Yeah.
Did you just say no you?
I was the first person in there. And then Brazine and Chris came in there, and that's it.
Yeah.
Uh,
And then
Not in reactor.
I'll have to say we have a Undertaker because Doc's body was by office, then it got jumped to around reactor or laboratory.
All right, you're about to get shot. But then if Apple, Maverick, Centrosity getting cleared or
Okay,
elsewhere,
so we have an Undertaker.
I
in
see
lineup.
Chris. I saw Brazine. Ozzy, where are you?
I am on the upload in Office.
Dance, where are you?
With the download and went to upload.
What was it? I saw Ozzy go in there. I'm currently inside of what is it called? Admin.
Potato, where are you?
Someone did come up to me when I was on it.
In event.
Yeah, I think it's Potato and Maverick. But Minty, where are you?
Mine is
coming up
either
for Decom
exactly
right now,
Mav or
Christopher,
exactly
you should
Sin,
see me.
so one of the two.
Oh.
Maverick, I'll give you a chance to redeem
it's a
yourself.
50-50
I
between
am.
Mav and Sin.
It's not
No,
me.
Potato.
It's
It's
literally
not
just
me.
It's literally
It's
just
Sin.
Maverick.
It's Sin.
It's not
Okay, it's
It
like.
has
It's
to
me,
be
though.
Sin.
Someone accuse me of being minor.
I hope they don't, please. I don't want them to act on it, please. A dance, just shut up, bro. Just be quiet. 3-7. No! That's just so, that's cruel.
Hey,
What the heck just happened?
I did get him. I'm okay with that. Hi, Ari. The music is the bop, isn't it? The thing is, right, if you look at like this, right, so I've got bags, I've got bags that are just chilling on shelves behind me. But if I sit in a correct way, it looks like I'm wearing cat ears, chat. And I'm just not. Meow. Evacuated dance floor. Brand it on it, nicking it on the ground. Yeah, here we go. No, stepping it down to down stops the window. It's snow. This starts down and down and down. It is though, isn't it? It is. I did find a dumb way to die. It is though, isn't it? It looks like Cassie is. Okay, Maverick.
I wanted to
see
do a
you.
guess, but I got killed right away.
I was hoping you wouldn't say anything.
I wasn't, but Apple was just 100% gonna.
All right, so what's going on now?
Not why I'm skipping.
Trying to get
This
me
is
killed, Brizzy.
What's
Brizzy?
No, that wasn't quite right.
Did you call this button just to shoot Ricky? Oh.
Yeah.
Yay! No!
You kill your medic.
I didn't know what I was saying. Genuinely, I had such a brain fart moment.
That was the panic I could hear in your voice.
I
It was
shot
so
better.
good.
I saw the one backwards too.
I just
figured
genuinely,
vampire
I
hunter
don't know
better.
what happened, and then 3 people.
Ari,
showed up,
I'm.
and I was, oh, God.
Vampires do go. Ari, I was gonna say I miss playing Among Us with you. You need to be in the Mongeys lobbies. There are 2 hydrate redeems that are just. Wait for it. Lose the glass. I know you can't, Ari, because of you doing VA stuff. It's just a shame because I miss you. All right, Ava, screw you. Wait, there are 2 hydrate redeems. There are different and just really need help remembering to hydrate. So, Oh. Okay. It's out of love. It better be. I really should have done that at a different time. Really should have done it. 500 is just regular. 750 is a voice effect.
Just died.
There was a whole group of people running up, and this got killed outside comms.
Oh no.
We can dance if we want to.
Yeah,
We
just
can leave our
Uh,
friends behind.
I am currently with a lot of people walking past medbay going, I'm currently at the very bottom left of the Y, just near where the wire panel is.
Yeah, so like 5 or 6 seconds ago, I was on the Y, the wires on Y, and Ricky walked up to me, touched me, walked away, and it went down. I went up to fix the lights, and now he's reported.
I know, Ari. It's super sad because I really, really love playing Among Us with you.
Yeah, it's one of the ones running. I'm a bit sus of Centrosity, but that's just for own reasons.
Wow. Is it because I'm British?
Oh, that's exactly why. Yeah.
See? I've sussed it. Now you can just drop the sus. It's fine.
Okay.
Well, that doesn't make you un-British. What are you talking about?
Well,
that's not how that works.
Or unsus.
Fuck, yeah, you know what?
That's not how that works. You can't just acknowledge the sus and be like, now I'm good, right?
See? See? Is it because I'm British? Yeah. Well, there we go. We found a root of the problem. We're all fine.
Whoa.
Chris is laughing too much. I'm voting Chris.
I'm scared of Chris.
This is something that I said to send it to
Never mind.
DM.
Chris just addressed his issue, so it doesn't mean that he's bad anymore.
See? Exactly.
Where was the British lander coming from?
It's on us. It's on everybody running.
Apple was
It's
saying
just
that she
outside
hates
midday.
British people.
Apple hates
Okay.
British people?
What?
Gotta vote Apple.
I'm just saying I'm sus of
Apple.
Centrosity, that's all.
It's because I'm British, isn't it?
That was
So
his
much
defense, yeah.
self-hatred.
That's treason, Apple.
I get 2, he gets 1. What?
See? Because I'm British.
Oh, Apple's not British.
No, not anymore. Revoked. Right, let's... I feel bad. Feeling warm and night is such a night at the sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Hey yo, Sabaru, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Can I in the moonlight, sitting in the moonlight, everybody's feeling. I got the Brit hate, bro. I know, right?
So I have one question for one person.
How are you doing?
How you doing? I mean,
it's not Mav. It's not Mav.
No, Minty, where are you at right now?
In Launchpad.
Hello.
Because
Well,
I
go on.
see
Thank you for the follow. I
Minty
appreciate it, bro.
killing
Welcome.
this right at the doors of admin, trying to go up into greenhouse.
Ozza can confirm that I went down.
I can confirm
Whoa.
that.
But
Shut
did you
up.
go
Do we
back
have
up?
a morphling or
No,
a glitch?
I never went back up.
Or did you vent?
I can't then.
Do.
We have a morphling or a glitch in that case.
I love this song. Oh. What?
Where is this map?
At the door in admin.
Okay.
Hold on, let me get a map up. The doors,
And I'm
wait, there's a lot of people in there though. I've just came from greenhouse, went down. I'm going into cafeteria. There's about 4 people roughly that have just been walking around there as I was
Yeah,
in the
you-
Y.
Didn't you walk right by a Minty there?
No. It was, I think, a Chris.
No, it can't. It's not Chris.
Then who is it?
I went from CAF and went up the Y. I'm going down the left side of the Y towards
Okay.
the now.
So it
I'm
was you
doing
that
the
I did walk past though, yes?
There is a Glorfling. I'm just gonna say that I can't really do anything much else to defend myself because I don't know who would have touched me if there is exactly a
Ooh.
Glorfling.
Wait, Chris, it was you that walked past me though in Y, right? Going into
I
CAF?
walked past somebody. I just don't know who it was.
Okay, yeah, it was me.
Wow.
It helps the killer's
alright.
Maverick.
I got to vote who
He's
I
got a
saw.
gun.
I mean, that's,
Look out, he's got a
fair,
gun.
but it wasn't me.
Right. Oh wait, that's off. Oh, here we go. Brother keyboard. I don't get Digo. to get the Velcro. $20 in my pocket. I joined your Discord. Lovely. Whoa.
Crap.
This was a bomb at lights.
Oh.
Not Chris. Unless you're
Someone
not
was
in cafeteria.
Yeah, someone was messing with lights, so I started walking away, and then suddenly lots of report buttons happened, and the vent flapped.
Where?
Oh, it's a vent.
Is that lights? Okay.
This is that lights.
Do you know?
Oh, wait, the vent flapped and I can't clear Apple.
I mean, Apple just walked past me, but I do want to ask if Bomber can vent. I don't know if you know that.
I sure don't know.
I think they can.
Yep.
Bomber can vent? Okay.
I
Then,
believe
yeah,
so.
I can't fully clear Apple then.
What? I'm
You're
not
going-
there.
You're going up towards reactor. I passed over you.
Apple and I went up decontam together, but then the lights went out.
Chat, I killed Potato.
Crystal task right now.
Wait, Chris, just tell me where you are again, because I swear I've just seen you again in cafeteria towards the end.
That's not me. I'm on the
No,
crystal task.
Nice. Yep,
yeah.
nice. Noted.
Mm.
If there's somebody that can't confirm where somebody else is, then it's got to be then. So, yeah, no, like 2 seconds ago, they were crossing from the top of Caf. What? I've just said there's somebody there.
No, but no one else can be there because everyone, Minty and I are just over inside of what is it called?
Okay, before you go guns blazing, right?
What the hell?
I just passed by you. You went out of the decontam.
So just before you go guns blazing, pointing fingers at me, by the way, I did say 2 seconds ago the person was at the top of cafeteria, walking upwards to the Y. I'm in storage room right now, which is still technically in cafeteria. Apple? Why Apple?
No.
Did I miss something?
There's stuff that they think I vented. From
The Queen's just venting. Okay, chat. I think Minty's gonna nick up in a car gets. Boo. There's nothing I can do here. That's not going to do anything. I'm not going to get it in time. Can I get it? Yes! Ooh, we can get it night again. I'm not getting this, chat. I need to grab Reactor. Reactor's the next one I need to get. What is this mod? This is Town of Us, my dude. Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I expected
me
there to
think.
be a bunch of dead bodies.
Yeah.
I was with... It was Chris. Yeah, Chris and I were on the lights. I left Chris to do it.
For what it's worth, it is Sintrosity.
Fam, I still don't know why you're just so... You've just went... Your source is trust me, bro, every round.
I'm Seer. You have a red name.
That is amazing.
Seer's
That's
on like 10 or 5%.
That's great, but it also doesn't mean that I'm an imposter. It means I'm an imposter or neutral. And also, it doesn't mean that I'm just an imposter. It just means I'm a neutral.
It also could mean that you're a sheriff or a veteran because you have a
killing role.
Yeah, he didn't claim one of those, which does make me believe he's
No, he didn't. Yeah.
Well, either way, I also don't know if I believe Dance's claim of being Seer. I'm no longer.
See, now look.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, it's Sin.
What? Why was that? Huh?
I've already.
I think
know it's you,
Jester,
it's
if anything.
That makes me think that what Dance is saying about Seer is not correct because Sin's partner just tried to guess Dance.
Yeah,
It's not my partner. I Apple, I promise you, I've not voted you once because I don't think it's you either.
To believe Minty may have been bad, so actually.
You're
But
welcome,
I don't
guys.
think
If we all
like
vote
Dance
Sin
might
here,
be
we win.
Exy.
Nope. I'm not Exy. I'm a goodest of boy. What role I am in like 10 seconds.
What role are you?
I said 10 seconds.
Are you like I said that beforehand. You got wrong. You've got rid of the wrong person.
Man, that'd be crazy if I got the wrong person there.
Yeah, it would be. Such a shame, wouldn't it?
Easiest Exy win of my life.
Yeah, shut up, bro.
Oh.
What were you?
This was my GA.
You in the beginning.
I
knew I should.
Yeah, I was your GA.
I didn't know I had a GA, and all of a sudden, like, Dance comes up to me, and I got a yellow shield. I'm like, oh.
You can't play this one on mobile, no. This is a mod that has to be on PC or laptop, unfortunately, sub. And this one is a content creator lobby. We do community lobbies as well, but this one specifically is for content creators and other content creators. But no, just if you want to play it, make sure that you do it on a laptop of some kind.
No one attacked you either.
Damn, bro.
It figures out of all the people who died there at Lights,
Oh, I
the role
killed.
I got was freaking Oriole.
And now we're back to crewmate Flash, though. Let's freaking go. Flash. Vigilante Flash, though. Jay Sean. I can run in a bottle and a boat up a boat. Yeah, look at me running around like atrocity. I say on top. That's Chris. Yoink. Yoink. Is that done? Yep, that one is done. Running around while I get this one done. Why is to pink to red to blue to blue, yellow. Run around down to the weapons. Get down just because I'm Breton. Right, that's Mini. I believe that Mini. Cool. This might be a really... I'm going to jinx it now, but I think this is going to be a really long round. Told you.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh. Sorry, go ahead, Potato.
So Asa killed it, vented to storage. Came running behind me.
What do you mean?
I have radar, so I saw you vented in there and not coming from.
Well, I saw
And
An
right
Oz,
from
I
the
was gonna say
body?
I saw An Ozza jump in the vent right
Bro,
outside
people are
of
seeing
communications.
everything today.
Hey, Ozza, speaking
Noted.
Oh, God. Well, can someone tell Ozza's ghost that Oriole's now on 5% chance?
Oh, God.
Anyway.
Oh, Oriole.
So Maverick, do you want to tell me about that little suspicious thing I just saw you do?
What?
That little suspicious.
It's just a smidge of a suspicion of what you just did there, bro.
What did I just do? Tell me.
I mean, I'm not gonna say it next one. It might. If you do it again, I will say it.
Okay, he's my exy.
He's
Got
either
it.
your Exy or your venting.
It's not Exy. I wouldn't think too much into that much if it was Exy.
I can't vent, so
I'm not saying
I
it was
have no
Lens.
idea.
I'm just saying. I saw what you did, bro.
I don't know. What did I do? I did wires in electrical.
Not the task that you did.
In O2, and now I just got on tree.
Maybe it's Hunter again. And Maverick interacted with someone.
I can't interact with anyone.
Not with that attitude, you can't. I'm just saying, Mav. Be careful next round. Oh, why did I get a vote? Tessa, was that you?
Because you're saying, yeah.
If you accuse Mav, you get a vote.
Exactly.
Maverick? Watching you, bro. Solo. Oh, how we go? Solo. Solo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's how we do it again. Oh. Yeah. Dan. 3 in laboratory. Gonna run because we got stories to tell. I knew it. This is Tessen's body, and it is just next to Dwayne.
Potato got vent glitched, or a morphling or glitch of Potato got vent glitched.
Oh.
At the vent below comms.
Oh, because I reported the body. Well.
Well,
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it was you or if it was a morphling or glitch of you, but I saw you flash into existence on top of that vent and then disappear again.
Oh, but that just means I was there and ran past, and your connection, the connection is just.
So Maverick.
Everyone
Yeah.
around me was running.
Where were you, bro?
I'm in O2.
You just happen to be on the polar opposite side of where this body is.
Which means I couldn't.
I mean, Mav was in O2.
Okay, then I'll bite with that one.
What part of O2?
Right now?
Yes.
I'm in the tree room.
O2 tree.
Yes, I saw you on the tree. When I got there, you left. I'm still there.
I kind of want to hear where Dark and Bruce is.
Yes.
I was about to fix lights, and they just basically flicked.
Yeah.
How'd you get there?
That's an engineer.
Yeah.
Dark, what was your pathing?
That was my initial pathing right out there.
No. What's the rest of your pathing? Where are you before you try to go fix lights?
Down in O2. I think he was doing
I think Bruce is the werewolf killing in labs. And this was a lover.
Right, take notes. How did I see Maverick do something funny? It's like I was inside of a vent. How did the thing get fixed beforehand? It's like somebody was an engineer. Ooh, just saying bye. Okay, I put it back on, by the way, Cookie, because I couldn't listen to it properly. But I think somebody's gonna try shoot me as engineer now. Oh, perfect wires, baby! Let's freaking go. Yeah. They say Sala. I don't wanna run away, so low. I don't feel they say I would do it solo. Oh, well that's
This happened right above me while I was about to get on the wires right outside of Top Deacon Tam, and I saw the blood splatter, and then the body fell over, like just at the very edge of my vision, and went up. But
you should have waited.
I do like the idea of Briz.
They're running out from us to us.
I do like the idea of Briz being a killer.
I'm currently in especially working on Simon Says. I'm still thinking Potato's a killer.
Potato couldn't have killed us. Potato and I are running up to us. Dark Wolf could have vented over there and killed potentially, but
there's like four people in lab right now.
He would have had to run past me to kill it, and I did not see anybody else in the vicinity, so I'm thinking it might have been a swooper actually.
Where was the kill again?
It's in labs.
Okay.
At the entrance to the little walkthrough that goes to the med scan.
I think Brizine's a killer.
Yep.
And then I think Dark Wolf is a killer.
What the heck was that?
I think Briz tried to shoot somebody. I mean, if anyone's going to shoot me, I don't know why you didn't shoot me as the role I particularly claimed. I thought I was so dead this round. What was the other sus?
Dark Wolf.
It's Ricky. Ricky and Potato are hanging out together, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we just walked to labs together.
So you're the fourth blips in there then, because there's 4 in there right now. Literally, I'm looking at the table. There's 4 blips in there.
It was 3 when I went over there.
Just walked in. Yeah.
It cannot be us. We.
Ta-da!
Jester.
Yeah, he was not NG.
I was not engineer. Yeah.
Hey Dan, you might want to
Matt,
turn.
how did you die?
NG fixes down from 3. That's a lot.
Is it
Mav?
Did you not see my roll? Did you not see?
No, wait, Maverick, what were you? Because I was.
From all the way up there?
Dude, I didn't kill in labs. So I don't know what you're
I'm not where you said I was.
We said you could. You could.
Well,
That's decent because I am on
Were
my
you
way.
sheriff?
Yeah.
Oh, Maverick, by the way, I had no idea what was going on. I was trying to just bait. I'm sorry. I really riled you up as well, so I'm really sorry.
I would have tried to shoot you, but
Yeah,
you're
I know.
fast,
I'm
so
glad.
I couldn't catch up.
The D-Sing kind of died somewhere far away from you as well.
No, you wouldn't have died. I would have.
Oh, yeah, touche. Fair point. I'm sorry you didn't try to kill. I'm sorry. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I was.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Briz.
Dark. I was waiting for my cooldown to be up, and then I was gonna disperse.
Right, let's go. Torch, medium. Watch the spooky ghosts. I'm okay with that. I don't like being slow now. I don't like it when I don't think anybody likes being slow. Oh, following. I'm not gonna do that task now.
For 5 years.
Hey, everybody.
Dang. Whoever reported this is bad.
What do you mean? We are all standing in front of them. There's a group of us. What? No. So, okay, for clarification, this body is specifically, I think, Ricky and Dark Wolf. Potato, Minty, are you there as well with me?
Yeah, I got flashed, and I just started dancing back and forth, just like, I don't want to be killed.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got flashed down in O2.
Now, when I could see again, there were multiple bodies here at Weapon.
Yes, it is Ricky and Dark Wolf's body that's over weapons, and we all just stood there and waited for 3 seconds. That being Potato, Minty, and I, just standing.
Okay,
so it's not a bait.
Two of you are killers then.
Huh?
No,
3 of you.
How so?
because the body flopped over, and then
You
yeah.
dropped a grenade and then you did some killing and then, you know.
I mean, I could.
I see your logic.
Shit.
Wait,
It was
there was a
It
grenadier.
was a grenade, and I'm pretty sure
There
a
was a
bomber.
grenadier.
Oh, I have to set. Wait, if I turn a setting off a grenadier, will that just not happen altogether, or will it just change it to a different color?
Sin's just imposter, I think.
I'm actually not. Well, there we go.
That doesn't mean you're not.
Maybe you were just out of range.
I might have been out of range when it happened. Yeah. I think I might have just been out of range for it.
I'm gonna just go for this and hope for the best.
I can say to you
How
that
many round 1 shootouts?
I can say that one of the people who died because of the other person that was dead.
Oh, whoa.
I think Sin's good. We should take the votes off of him.
I voted Potato.
Yeah.
I think
too many
it's
votes.
fair. I think
not
Potato's
towards
grenadier.
Shut. I swear to God.
Dude.
Hey, Super Mario. How you doing? Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a good day today, dude. It said that one of them had done it, right? And I was like, okay, I'll bite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Are you being a sussy little monkey bean? Skip. I want an older school song. Hello, Potato. Pink, red, blue. Ah, it's Potato! Why? I just want to do one task. Every time I get to do a task, I get taken away from it. I can't unmute. It's still the same round. Is he teabagging me? Chat, he's teabagging me. That's a disgrace. Saying it is good.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to my TED Talk here. I would like to let you guys know that I was I was an amnesiac who has now found a new purpose in life after his death. So thank you so much for that. In today's meeting, I would like to let everyone know that our killer is what is it? I will just say they've got a lot of Riz.
Is that me?
What? They got a lot of what?
Breeze.
So Riz is shortened slang for charisma that Gen Z is using to say similar to swag. That might be some more towards your.
Are you saying that you're vet and that Ozza got himself killed on you?
No.
What?
That's so wrong. That's so wrong.
No, I truly believe that Dance was Amity. And
Anyway,
I picked up the role.
Briz is bad.
What?
It's Riz. Briz. God, you guys.
Oh God.
I'm voting Dance. I think he's.
I think Brizzy might be blackmail. I think Potato's Grenadier.
Okay.
Huh?
That's so crazy.
I like that he tried to get it. That'd have been. I like that he's actually playing for crew here.
Oh, you never actually picked it up. Okay.
No, I did actually. No, I did. I'm just
Wait,
just saying thank you all for believing me.
Oh, okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier.
Uno mas.
So, how was the first death? Like, what happened? Was it Grenadier?
I was walking in a wall and right here, and I got sliced with other people around.
Well, when I saw the kill happen there, I said, "Shit, I guess it's a double kill." So I just hit kill and got Ricky, who was a werewolf, apparently.
Dude, we had the most OP lovers duel of all time, Trapper and Vigi. Would have been so much fun.
Nice.
But we didn't make it to the meeting, so it didn't work out.
Never mind.
I don't want to be in love anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just spamming blackmail. At
Thanks, Tess.
She was hunting me down.
Potatoes, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew out into the vacuum.
Thank you. What?
Huh?
What did I do?
You killed Minty, and then
No, I
Minty
didn't.
potatoes, Chad. Not great.
Cafeteria.
Cafeteria.
We can't have a dragger.
Yeah, we cannot have a dragon.
Well, then you just killed her at the top of cafeteria. Either way, I have the info.
That info.
Okay.
So.
Well then.
Who voted you last round, Apple?
I probably voted myself. I don't know.
Oh, I can't believe you did that. Wow.
I mean, I don't have anything else.
Okay.
You didn't even let me say I'm the spy like Shield does.
But he's always lying, except for like 2 days ago.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's why I love doing it. Yeah.
Just a little bit. Sometimes it seems.
So XA turns Jester. Okay.
What? No way.
Okay.
Ooh, baby.
Oh,
I can't believe Cindy's so bad.
Oops.
We are a neutral with no modifiers. We are the werewolf. So... how does one do this? Oh my god, there's a lot of people there.
Minty, Chris, one of you two?
I just left.
am
Batman. Oh, wow.
Anyway.
You've got to do it with, like,
Okay.
more gumption, you know? It's like...
This is a navigation basically just falling over. I have Minty and Chris in there with, like I said, with Apple. We're the only four in there that I know.
Papa's your killer.
Yeah. I was gonna say Mav was the other person who was in there. Yeah.
Mav.
There was another one?
Was in there, yes.
Do,
But
do,
I
do, do,
did
do.
not kill.
Maverick, is it you?
Didn't finish
No.
playing, Simon says.
Say you swear.
It helps.
I swear.
Okay, I believe him.
What do you swear on?
I don't.
Ah, good question.
Swear on whatever you want me to swear on.
Oh no!
Swear on Centrosity's mum's life.
No, not trustworthy.
Can I ask a completely unrelated question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Where's the glorfling?
It's in storage. I saw an apple.
Okay.
Oh. Wait, Ozza, did you just say swear on Centrosity HD's mama?
I said swear on Centrosity's mum's life.
Mav, if you're a bad guy, I'm gonna kill Ozza.
Maverick, are you good?
I'm a bad boy.
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
My mother is doomed.
Okay, I can declare Tess
Dance, you're not
the glitch.
You're not allowed to use other people's voice effects to, while they're still alive.
I'm allowed to do whatever I want to. Shut up. I mean, I'm dead.
I can clear potato and
Maverick!
Well,
Goodbye, Maverick.
I mean,
Are you a bad boy?
there's 2 baddies out.
Was it a failed double kill?
No.
My mom is safe.
Maybe. We'll find it.
I don't know how I got away. Wait, that was me. Wait, I did that. I just killed 3 people because of that. I'm amazing. I'm a genius. Hi, Angel. How are you doing? Right, let's go pretend to do electrical tasks. Oh, he's a big boy. Doing. I'm not going in there, asshole. If there is a bomber, that is game. So someone, can I grab one more person? They're gonna say Morphlin.
Why? 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 Why are we instantly reporting? Why are you instantly reporting?
Because
We
I
know we
figured
have a
the
glitch or
doors-
morphling. We know we have a glitch or morphling.
It looks
Yeah,
like
we
you walking
do.
away from this.
No, you're my exit.
No, me and Ricky came out of electrical, and I'm a dumbass, and I'm sorry.
Am I missing something?
Reflex.
No, like
it was a reflex. I'm sorry.
There is
Dark Wolf's
4
not true.
people. Wait, where's the body?
right below electrical.
There's 4 people that's inside of electrical. So
I saw the doors getting closed. That's why I came back.
This is either Centrosity or Ozza.
I'm
Oh,
talking
I just
on.
did trash shoot in the top of cap, and then trash shoot in the bottom of storage is what I just finished.
Ozzy, did you see me in admin?
I didn't pay attention if I did.
I was in admin. That's how I know there's 4 people in electrical. So it's got to be one of the people in electrical. Ozzy's just gone to do his trash, if that's what he's saying.
It's one or both of them. I'm perfectly fine with voting one of them now and then.
I think Centrosity's evil, and I think Dark Wolf's not crew.
I'm
not crew? Oh, okay.
I don't think it's me nor Ozza. I think it's one of the people that's locked inside of electrical.
Because of that defense, I'm voting you.
How?
It physically has to be you.
I'm
Sin, we walked out of electrical, the 3 of us together, me, Ricky, and Minty, and somebody came from storage and ran Minty over.
It has to be Ozza.
A Centrosity came from right side. Testing's still back in electrical. Chris and I walked out with Minty. Dark Wolf came from the left.
I'm only saying, okay, if it's
arsonist.
If it's between me and Ozza, then I'm voting Ozza. I'm sorry.
It wasn't me.
It's not me. Why? I was on admin table.
That's not me.
They jumped.
That's not me.
Then it's Ozza that got the kill. But I don't think Dark Wolf's crew either.
Well, you know what? Shit.
But you know, if they happen to look in admin, it's pretty obvious that you killed 2 people here.
Yeah, it was spicy. Damn it! I like werewolf.
Hey, I was just a jester. I was just a harmless jester.
Mav, I'm so
and you
sorry.
murdered me.
I'm so sorry, Maverick. Wait, what?
Maverick does not accept your apology as on behalf of him as his representative.
I
will tell
didn't-
you that he is currently unable to accept your apology due to the fact that he is currently ignoring you.
I didn't realize that you can zoom out the map. What is this wizardry?
I am freaking muted.
Hey, Mav.
Hey, Maverick,
Yeah,
don't worry,
I
got
was
you.
bad.
Yeah, but wait, it wasn't me that got you voted killed, though, was it?
No, I had my tracker arrow on him.
Ah, yeah, I werewolfed everybody.
This is gonna be
Hey,
fun.
Casey.
This is.
How you doing?
Destiny, is it not?
I haven't seen Tess at all in this game.
I think Destiny turned traitor. I think that Centrosity was the werewolf.
Would have been great.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I haven't really had any stuff on Destiny, and so Destiny's only just started killing.
Destiny only needed to start killing now because I'm dead. Okay? Sounds like a skill issue. Oh, pish posh, Casey. How you doing? Welcome, Sin. How's your day doing? How are you doing? How was your weekend? How's life? How's the wife? Ah. Didn't even have to get a roll, big sad, because I reflex reported. I was werewolf and that was great. Yo, look at that. Hey, listen here, Tessany. If I'm the werewolf, can you please kill some people?
She's underdog. Like.
Underdogs don't have reduced cooldown.
I was trying.
Every time you went, I just had to. By the way, I was in admin, but I just group killed.
Yeah, you just killed him and you left. That's what we thought you did.
And that was as soon as people walk in and see the two pets dead there, then
yeah, fair. Yeah. Oh, that's the part I didn't put together. Fair.
Minty, that was not me that killed.
It was me.
Yeah, but
Amnesiac. That's half amazing. Speedrun. You know what? Let's speedrun tasks. We should go straight this way. Do you always remember? I've got the role that fits perfectly for this. I will always remember. Let's dance. Ricky. Wait, is there anybody that's gonna die here? No, nobody here. Potato? Hello. I'm good.
Poor Bruce.
Hello, Briz.
I just saw a Ricky kill this.
Ricky's in laboratory right now.
Yeah, Ricky's in lab with me.
With a group of I. Wait, with you, Ozza?
Yep, just me.
Me too.
No, just me.
I'm gonna buy it.
Anyone
Yeah,
else
it's
that
just,
says they're in lab
it's
is
just,
a
it's
liar.
just with. Yeah, I'm not in lab anymore.
It's you,
There's
me,
so many people
me
in
and
lab.
you. We got the whole place to ourselves.
Wait, what should we do then, Ozza? If no
Yeah,
one's here?
a Ricky just sliced Tess right in front of me.
Okay, so wait.
And then the door slammed
people
shut.
Who aren't in lab but are claiming to be in lab? Who are you? Because you're probably Claire.
Yeah, it's Ricky. It's yourself. Me.
Yep.
Potato. Is it you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no glitches or morphlings between us for.
I think Dance was there too. Wasn't it?
Apple was, Ozza was, Potato was, Atrocity was,
So Briz just
Ant
hit bait?
was.
No,
Kneeling?
I saw Ricky
Ricky,
kill
Apple's
Tess,
in,
and
Potato.
then I reported because I
So
didn't want
Apple
a
or
big
Bruce?
chance of a werewolf murdering me.
Me and Mav are also suspiciously unaccounted for within that group, but Mav and I are down in O2.
Well, okay. If it's for a Briz, did they have a green glowy on them? Because isn't it the person keep that even if they morph?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So if you're saying no, then it wouldn't be Apple then.
Yeah, because Apple's greeny glow.
She's cleared.
Meow.
Someone said someone Briz at Apple. That's why I'm like.
Oh, then it's Chris or Dark.
Apple, did you just meow?
So
She
it's
has been
Chris
for a
or
bit.
Dark.
Chris is a
Yeah,
glitch.
Chris or Dark.
Wait, Chris is the glitch?
I was
What?
just in office.
Well, it's Chris or
so-
Dark are our two.
Chris or Dark, yeah.
Why
I
dark?
was in the office.
Can anyone vouch?
No,
I
I,
don't think
went there
anyone
by
can,
myself.
yeah.
That's so skibbity.
You know, sometimes you just go skibbity toilet. I've been running your bed. Oh, Apple's speedy now and has also lost her shield. That's not sus at all. Can I use Amni for dead bodies from previous rounds? Is that a thing? When they got down, let down, you can only say. No stop. This running on about the day. Yeah. Shawty's like a melody in my head and I can't keep I'm eating and like na na na. Oh no, Ricky.
I was planning on falling over, but whatever.
Oh.
What's that?
Here, guess me out. I'm the sheriff.
Did you eat bait?
Bam 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 bam.
I just shot Ricky because he's following me into lab. I'm like, okay. And
Well-
there's a dead pet in lab too.
Oh, there is a dead pet at the entrance to the lab. I just saw that. Little dead little
So
bird.
that whole
Yeah,
clear of you 4 or
But
5 is kind of one's wrong.
They
No.
died like right as Brissy reported it. Ricky
Well,
was clear for that.
Yeah,
Well,
Ricky was with us.
Briz took off.
I was zooming around and saw the
I'll-
slice, and then the door
yeah.
slammed right behind me, and I reported because I didn't want to take a
stand-
chance of a
I
werewolf.
stand by the lab clears, and I.
Yeah,
again,
no,
we have-
I'm standing.
Just a reminder, we have a glitch or morphling between
Uh-huh.
Mark and Chris. And Chris is just
Yeah.
like, I'm in office,
Like
I'm
I
in
said,
office.
I was gonna shoot
Weak.
Briz, but Briz took off right off the bat without doing the card swipes. I'm like, okay, you're gone. I can't see you. Ricky
Apple, are
followed
you
me into lab.
speedy?
I've got the speed. I'm gonna run around.
Wait.
Shoot me. Go for it. I don't care.
Can multiple people have the same modifier?
Doomsayer, do it.
No. So, clarifying things. People
That's
cannot
not the
have the
Doomsayer.
same modifier.
Okay.
I want someone to shoot Brizzy as Jester.
For some reason, Apple, I thought you were fast.
No.
Wow.
If it helps, I'm double shot and tried to shoot Briz as Jester. Didn't work.
Cool. Can we vote Chris now or Dark?
Yeah,
One of them.
okay, it's not me.
It's fine.
I'm
I
gonna
don't care.
vote Dark then.
That's fine.
We know Dark can kill.
Yeah, I can kill.
Well, shit.
I don't know why the Doomsayer didn't take the easy shot. If there is a Doomsayer.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Holy guacamole. I need to be around players because I need to get rolls. Right, let's go to the top. You. Chris? I don't think I'm going to get a roll this game, chat. I think I'm just going to be Amnesia Crew. Oh? Frick! I know what it is.
Just popped. He literally just popped. I think they were lovers.
Damn. Ayo, Gritchy. How you doing, bro?
I
Libby,
literally saw
welcome,
Blood
Sin.
Slur as I'm leaving behind because I kind of got scared.
Ayo, what you saying?
I was, and that's why I assumed you were good because you ran away from me coming into Upper Deacon Town because I could see your name in the door.
I think they were lovers.
You have ads?
Okay.
So
This-
we kind of need locations from everyone else. I think.
This did die a second, like 1 second before it got reported.
Well, yeah, because the body just exploded.
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry, I didn't hear that
This
bit.
body is being reported in SUSSY.
I was in Upper Deacon Town. I saw Minty's name on the door. Minty ran away, which made me think they were crew because like you're running away from someone. And then I get down there, and Minty stood next to a dead body.
Okay.
I just walked into the lab. I just walked into the lab and I passed Dance as I was coming in, and Dance was leaving.
I know where Dark is.
I'm fairly certain. I'm fairly certain the vote is gonna go on me, so I'm just gonna claim this all right now for y'all. I'm the snitch. So imposters, you can either shoot me or crew can vote me out one way or the other. I'm just gonna be doing my tasks, and that's that.
I can tell you where Dark's body is. If it's not a lover's body, it's in between storage and electrical, just below the node.
So that's Brizzy's body then, because we're reporting Dark.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay then. It's the opposing.
So. Did
I'm
you
surveying
see
Chris.
anyone?
But
Did
also,
you
I
see
believe
anyone
Minty.
coming
Minty,
in?
I actually think what might have happened is like not lovers and a sheriff shot on you, which is why this exploded.
No, that was 100% lovers.
Why would we
My
vote
sus is
Chris
on
for this?
Dance.
Why would we vote
Because
Chris for
I'm his
this?
executioner, and the imposters are little baby cowards for not shooting.
Yeah.
in the-
Okay, the imposters like fell into your lap there.
I don't know if this ends the game if you're actually bad.
Oh, it was delayed as well.
Oh, the winners. Alza.
Damn. Hi, Libby.
Oh, he did share shoot.
Yeah, I was looking at
I walked in there hand in hand with him.
Yeah, I tried
I
to
walked in
Damn.
there hand in hand with him to finish the task I started faking last round. The same thing I would do as a crew, you know? And he just shoots me as I pass him and go do vials. Like,
oh, it's for my like.
Okay, they're gone. Hey, hello, you little Ming. Ayo, Livy. How you doing, beautiful? Welcome, Sin. What role did we get? It's an imposter. It's a neutral. I'm a guardian angel. Protect Ozza with my life. Okay. And Ozza is an engineer. I've never been GA before. Okay. So he's the... Okay, I need to just heavy protect Ozza at all costs. Okay, there's no way. Thank God.
But leaving.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
A full day in school today. I went to most of your lessons. I'm proud of you. Well done.
I was in the middle of a download, and all of a sudden,
So what lessons did you have today, Libby?
Sound like ice sliced.
Ice Spice. Got it. Oh.
And Mav is dead at my feet.
So you heard like the killing noise.
I heard the killing noise, but I can't kill, so I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
That doesn't happen.
Gryffindor.
Where exactly was it? Because I'm in wires in electrical. I get a report, but I don't see a
I'm on
body.
the download at electrical, and like I'm still in the task, but I exited out of the task. I'm now standing like 3 feet down from it, over Mav's corpse.
So it's
I don't
like
know
a
what the fuck is going on.
Type thing. Like you killed this like veteran style as not a veteran.
Well, I can 100% clear about this not being bait because I did get a report button too. So.
I'm gonna say that I'm not the veteran. I want to put that idea out there in the world. Thank you guys. I said I wasn't the veteran. Maybe you didn't hear me there. I'm so sorry about that.
I believe you, Dance.
No, I heard you.
Thank you.
There's no way to hear the killing noise unless you.
Amogus. What am I skivity?
Did you accidentally hit your kill button?
Hi, Ola. How you doing, bro? Welcome, Sin.
I'm in a task. I can't.
I have an idea what could have happened there.
It was Maverick. Oh, he's dead.
Ricky,
It was.
I think you remember the thing that what is it? A few rounds ago, where you thought someone was something, but they weren't actually the something. But then the thing.
That's possible.
What?
But it's I don't know.
I know what you're throwing down, but
Yeah,
I don't know what the hell you're.
No. I feel like it's actually. I feel like I'm being like 10,000 IQ right now. Not even lying.
I mean, sure, you're speaking French, is what you're doing.
Oui, monsieur.
Ah! Oh, that was way too skibbity, my guys. My life, say yes, 'cause I need to know. Look, my friend, the answer's still low. Boom. Let's protect them for all my might. Why you gotta be so rude? Apple jumped in a vent. That's the upsetty spaghetti section of this. Marry that girl. Okay, why you gotta be so yeah. Uh-oh.
Brazina's gotta go.
Pat, what? Say what?
Who's gotta go?
Brazina's gotta go. She killed me. I got ultra res by Dark. And then Tessie just died. And I ran back on
Riz has gotta go.
She's gotta go.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Gone.
Where is everyone right now?
We got the Spurs, so.
Yeah, I got dispersed with Potato.
I got dispersed with Tess. Wait, let me think.
Tessa just left.
Yeah, okay.
Us, so Sin is in the area. Ricky might have hit bait. You know.
Apple, where are you?
Down by lava.
Also, where are you?
Electrical. I went from storage with Potato to electrical after the disperse.
Chris, where are you?
Weapons.
Centrosity, where are you?
On water wheel on the bottom, just outside of just outside of admin.
Potato, where are you?
I'm gonna say that I don't think I want to bet that maybe everyone else is clear right now. Although I actually don't know. Wait, Potato, where are you?
Potatoes with me. Yes, we've literally
Yeah, I just left Sin to go to Ab.
with Tessany. That's the thing. So, and I don't think Potato did this either.
Tessa left to go to
Above electrical in that vent.
Okay. So Tessany died just like right in front of me, outside of weapons. So I think the most suspicious people are potentially Chris Rouser for this. I'll skip for right now, but a killer is out.
It's not Ozza.
I mean, it's almost bait-like, to be honest.
Apple.
Yeah, I just got Ultra's Res, ran down to hit the button, and this body exploded in front of me. Like it's still standing up.
I have relevant information for Apple, but I feel like it's unfair to mention at 8 seconds left. Otherwise, Apple can't defend herself.
I mean, you should mention it.
I think you're just a teleporty bean that goes into vents. That's all.
Teleporty bean.
I just think you can vent. Cap. To detect a girl. So I'm gonna keep this playlist running for now, Arlo. But probably when we go into Gartic after this, if we're either gonna do Gartic or Lethal Company, I might message Shadows and see if he wants to do Lethal Company for a bit longer. Cami, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the internet. Wait. Boom. Protected. Cami, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, Sin. Hope you're having a great Monday. How are you doing? Are you ready?
I've forgotten completely about Altruist.
Oh,
what happened? What happened?
They traded.
I saw.
They traded.
I was like, what?
Mav, did I actually kill you?
Yes.
Okay,
What?
I must have hit something by accident then, because I really genuinely
The
did
Q
not think-
button.
Can you hit Q when you're face-
my kill button is not bound to Q. It's bound to spacebar.
It's down to K for kill.
You pulled a germ?
I was just happy I got the Ultras this time.
Imposter. Underdog. Let's go. And I'm the miner. That means I can place mines. I also can't kill people because my imposter buddy is still around. I'm going to pre-run. I'm going to place a mine down as far as frickin' possible. And bring sexy back. There is logic with my madness.
Oh, you got it off. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just walked down on this body.
Myself,
We
Potato,
did.
and Brizzy, yeah. That reactor call was wonky.
I was figuring that's gonna
That's
be a
so
bomb up
wild.
there somewhere. That's what it felt like.
I
Yeah, that's
genuinely
fair.
don't think we're gonna get close to figuring out a potential killer for this.
I mean, it's not Tessa, it's not Ricky.
Okay.
How old is this
That's-
body? I think it's recent.
No idea.
No, it's not that
Not at
recent.
all.
Sin feels
Where
pretty
is
good.
it?
I guess
Like,
like 40.
10.
Bottom of
10,
the hallway heading down to
15.
O2.
Yeah.
There were
I'm gonna
two
guess
in
Sin is
office,
about
one in
40
labs,
years
and
old,
a
I think.
bunch
Okay, it's
on
where
the
you
bottom left side.
What?
I'm over.
Oh, duh.
What is it? I just took care of the. I started doing my communications thing, and now I'm doing weapons.
And where's the body again?
Bottom of the
Did he
hallway
just
heading
say
down.
I'm 40?
And yeah, no. So
No, I
that
know
is
that
myself near that.
possibility, yeah.
Me, Mav, and Brizzy went to the top left. You went to top right.
I just said I'm 40. Bro, I'm
Trust me, myself,
26.
Potato. Ozzo is
Yeah, I
right
saw
side
there
as
were
well.
several going up to right, so I
Yeah.
went to left.
Okay.
Then I stopped because
Yeah,
I didn't
Ricky-
because I
And
saw
it's
all
What
the
that-
hands stop, and I said,
What a
"Don't
kick in the
trust
teeth,
this.
chat.
I'm just gonna stand back and watch."
So this is between myself, Mav, Apple, Dark.
No, Mav went up to
Depending
top
on
left.
timing.
Mav.
I haven't seen Dance, I haven't seen.
Oh, I saw Dance, so I mean, he's probably.
Wow.
Oh.
Can I ask who said I was 40?
Dance.
Dance.
I'm 26, bro.
We don't remember who said that.
I'm
Sorry, we don't-
26. What do you mean 40?
We don't remember who said that. I'm so sorry.
Uh-huh. What chat? Well, that's just a womp womp. Walk away. Maybe you'll realize we only human. I can't believe this. Look at that. Matt. Did Chris get? Oh, Chris got my role? No. I'm okay with that. We only human. Da-da-da-da. Oh, oh.
Were there Grenadier in Spessy?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's Apple, Tess. There's Potato. Yeah, Potato's down there. Ozzy,
I
actually,
was,
Ozzy-
but I have
I'm gonna
left.
get
No,
killed,
Ozzy-
by the way,
Ozzy was
guys.
not there.
There's someone standing
Rosine's
just
a
around the
killer.
corner.
Someone's right around the corner.
Aw.
Spessy going up.
Yeah.
Wait,
they're just
hold on,
around-
hold
I
on,
think
hold
that's
on, hold on.
probably the person
Clear
that dropped
comms,
it.
please. Can we let the person with the megaphone talk?
Hey, Cookie, are you still here, by the way? Womp womp. Mr. Worldwide.
I did my walk with out of office, ran over the top of I thought Ricky, and then went down into do my water wheels in O2.
Okay, because
Shit, we're
I
on
was
six.
coming on the comms. I see Dance jump into the vent, and then I see you and Ricky standing there. That's why I was really surprised to see Dance
I
reporting him.
assume is Dance is sat in the vent, Briz has come and killed, Dance has jumped out the vent and reported. Briz is then shot Dance as whatever, like engineer or jester or whatever, because he was witnessed it from the vent. And then Briz has been shot by someone else.
Let's see what Shadows is saying.
Fuck you.
No, we want to do the fuck you as well.
Okay, that's loud. Answer your messages.
Wait, no, tell the. Oh, wait, fuck, man. Why are you?
I'm gonna spam his chat a little bit, see if you can get a response out of him.
I want to test this theory.
We're dead. Yeah, you're dead. Oh my fucking god!
Okay, I can't. He's taking too long.
Oh my gosh!
Hello.
How did you die? How'd you die, Sin?
I placed them.
Probably old age.
F you, bro. Right, I placed the vent down in water. I did. I went down to, bro. I swear to God. I went down to boiler room, placed a vent, and then as I called reactor to bait everyone to the top, Apple turned on her veteran and just didn't acknowledge anything, just walked away as if she didn't see me.
Ah.
I was like, wow,
And,
the only person I could have seen.
To be fair, Sin is older than I am.
That's not true. That is not true at all.
How did you die, Mav? I'm assuming you shot me as werewolf, or who
Oh,
shot me as werewolf?
age.
Oh, not me. I didn't shoot
Sin,
you.
Sin, you sound like you're getting a little bit.
How did you die, Mav?
I misguessed. I thought I knew who the grenadier was. I was
Ah, okay.
I'm gonna cry tonight because of you. I hope you know that. 40 years old.
No, you're over 50.
Bro,
Oh,
you.
Apple's clear. Apple's clear.
I've been womp.
Apple, this died when we were both in lab together.
Did okay. Where is it?
This is in weapons because the door was closed. I saw Ozzy was dead. I was looking around at admin. He wasn't there, and then doors were closed at weapons, so I went in there.
How long ago was this?
By the time it got me from, let's say, from lab to admin
10,
to
15?
weapons. So
10-15 seconds, like.
All right, so then I can't clear Chris then.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Right now, there's
Tess,
two people in lights too.
Okay, I'm probably wasting time, so I'm gonna go back now.
Yeah.
I just saw my buddy get like eaten by like.
But I need Shadows to look at his messages.
Bro, I got fucking clotted. Wait, am I still recording? What the fuck?
This guy, I can see him on the stream. He's got his.
Should we continue on recording, guys?
I can't hear him, but he's just talking yuppie. This guy called Shadows.
Guys, we're 2 hours in.
Yuppie.
I just want him to answer.
Yappazilla. I'm a Yappazilla. That's what it is.
My guy. I'm gonna kill Shadows chat.
Alright, well, it's been a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. So, unfortunately, man is gonna go jump.
I had already shot him as Travis.
Apple, did you not see what happened?
Yeah, I know I veteran killed you.
Yeah. I was like, is this woman for real? And you just went, yeah, okay, and then walked away.
Well, were you bad? I didn't see, so.
Yeah, I was the minor.
The first time this has happened, Apple.
No, you're
Apple
not a
has
minor.
bad
You're at
habit of
least 70.
veterating people.
Oh, I'm
Chris,
gonna
how did
kill. I'm
you
gonna
guess
kill
me
Dan.
as werewolf?
This may be LG.
I just
Specifically.
picked werewolf and.
Oh my god, I
shot.
got bait again.
Oh,
And
because
I didn't want to.
you had double shot.
I didn't want to be
please kill me.
solo.
Ah.
Oh my god. I got medic shield. Let go. How do I do this? I'm a vampire. Okay, wait. Oh, wait. Is this the polar ship? Did we crash? Innocent now. Field. Okay, that's Tessin. I'm gonna try get Tessin. Okay. Let's see what we got. It's gonna be big. Oh.
Yeah.
Wait,
Tessany's
Thought that'd just be two.
like fresh.
This could have been lovers. I need locations, please.
Okay.
Dance where are you?
Potato killed
I'm
Brazine up in comms.
Okay. Yep.
Wait, I did?
Pretty sure you did.
Yep. This isn't in comms. This is on top of the right ladder. But yeah, if you're saying that, then yeah.
Well, Tess was
Tessany
AFK. Yeah.
Was, I think, killed by the person with the green shield.
I think this might be lovers.
Who had the green shield?
It was I.
Man.
Okay.
Where's the body again, Minty?
That's true. On top of the right ladder.
I just saw, I think, Sin with the green shield stood at the campfire next to Tessany. I
So-
moved the
No,
binoculars
I'm
away,
in
and now
kitchen.
Tessany's dead.
The reason why I wanted to ask for locations because I did just see a potato kill this.
Oh, Potato might have killed that one instead of killing Brazine. Because I did leave Brazine
No,
up in
no,
comms
I'm
with
reporting.
Potato.
I'm reporting Brazine.
Oh, I thought you reported Tessany's.
Yeah,
No,
Tessany's died at the
On the campfire.
and
Yeah.
I haven't killed anyone, right?
I was hanging out with Tessany initially at the beginning there.
When Ricky
and then
was
too many people.
next to me.
I'm just saying I don't know how to use my role as much, but I don't want to say it because if it's a confusing role, someone might just guess it out.
Dark, where are you?
Well, I was hanging out with the AFK Tessany there, but I'm like, where too many people walk by, could have put a bomb. Like, say, I saw Apple be the last person to walk by, so I went down to Splash Zone.
Was Tessany AFK?
She looked like she was AFK initially. She started dancing with me, then she.
Now she's away from life.
Tess dance with me near
Why would,
Splash Zone.
why would I kill if I'm close to you?
Also, I
Ricky?
agree with you entirely.
And you knew I was with Chris.
What is Ozza saying? I can't.
I'm
hear
gonna
him.
have to
Potato
vote.
is a real killer.
Oh.
100% confirmed.
It
killer.
seems.
I don't know them.
Cool. Whoa, I like this animation.
I think we should have voted that.
Okay, I'm a vampire, baby. Let's see. What kills can we do? Can we do anything fun? I can't do anything, though. There is nothing else. Like, I don't think... Whoa. That's a fast Ozza. Can I... Wait, can I go... I think I might be able to... Wow, my... Oh my god, my head. You're out of my mind, out of my head, thinking in a song, in the one time if one ever cried, every day. Oh, I'm so dead there. I'm so dead there.
Potato just literally chopped Ricky in half.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Who did?
Potato?
I think... Wait, did I just...
chopped Ricky in half. I watched.
I might have
Did I get
done
away
that.
with that?
Yeah.
Where
Are you
is
on
this?
Are you on
At the
binoculars?
top of the at the top of the right ladder. I was coming up the ladder behind Ricky. Potato came flying across at top speed and cut Ricky in half, and then tried to run away. But I'm guessing Ricky was bait because Potato instantly reported it.
No, he cannot be bait, right?
No, I think.
All right, I'll vote potato.
No, what? We're skipping.
Send it!
I didn't do it. I cannot
Crazy,
do it.
Crazy Chris. Just so you know, a little bit of chamomile tea with some honey and lemon would do wonders for that sore throat. Sounded like really rough right there.
Well, Potato, she dances
I'll
amnesiac.
keep that in mind. I happen to prefer green tea though. Green tea is my preferred.
We're
source of
skipping here, right?
I'm preferring a good old, you know, Earl's Grey tea.
That
But, you
one
know.
was an
You would.
imposter.
You would.
Either that or drug.
Earl Grey tea feels like a pretty old person drink.
Whoa!
Sorry, who?
Fine, frick. I don't think I'm gonna get the win for this one. There's not. I don't understand. One, I don't understand the map as much. But also, I don't know the kill zones. I don't know what people can see. I also don't know how to get from point A to point B. I think that's the teleporting area. Okay, that's not a place I want to be. Whoa. Oh, you're so plastic. Baby, you do doom do do do. Can I zoomies up? That's freaking cool, bro. No, I spin. I took the. I do
Ladies
not
and
understand
gentlemen.
this map.
I have found your killer.
All right.
Unfortunately, I was in the vent as they ran away.
Oh, where?
Minty, anything you gotta say?
Top right.
Huh?
I do not know this map at all.
Right, does that mean comms or mining pits?
Wait, hold on. Who are you accusing?
Minty, would you like to redirect that accuse back
I mean, I'm in lab right now.
to Sin?
I
To
did say
me.
earlier, Minty was a dropship earlier, so I know that.
I was at dropship earlier. I went to go do the second part of the what you call it, the pipes, and then went to.
No, I was trying to get you to like redirect it back to Sin because Sin is the one I saw.
It's still not.
Okay.
Okay, that's. I mean, say me, but it's still not me. I don't understand the map. I don't even know what. I went from. So I walked over to Doc and was like, I don't want to be here. I'm so secluded. I walked over, went to meeting room, thought it was a task, didn't hit it. Went to storage, and I'm up in the. Is it zip wire?
Oh, Doc.
Doc is
When you
bottom
said
left.
Top or bottom?
When you said Doc, I thought you said dark. I'm like, I didn't see you.
No. A Doc.
Okay.
Where is this being reported?
That's at the top of the zip wire.
Well, that's what I'm coming up to the top of the zip wire now. I don't know what you want me to say here. Like, it's not me, but I'm on the zip wire. That's cool.
Okay, I wasn't in an event. I was just really trying to hope if we accuse.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Weird, and Sin feels weird.
I'm telling you where I am, bro. You're accusing me. I'm defending me.
That's fair.
I feel like I'm gonna get voted for something that is just an arbitrary. Okay.
I didn't.
Huh?
I voted myself.
Okay.
I voted dark.
I didn't vote you.
Who voted? Okay.
What?
I don't. Someone said no.
Someone really did. Was it
voted
you?
myself.
It was you, wasn't it?
I voted myself.
No, it was
You
me.
got prosecuted.
Who was the prosecutor? It was
It wasn't me.
Chris.
Yeah, the vampires got
strikes
all the
again.
imposters.
For
I didn't
no
even
reason.
kill anybody. I just got
Y'all are
sliced
absolutely
down as I was
beautiful group of
walking with people.
I will see you guys next week, I think. Yeah.
Sure thing.
Yeah,
Hey, yo.
yeah.
Love you all.
I'm on
Goodbye.
vacation next week, so thank you everyone, and I'll see you in 2
Hi,
weeks.
Apple.
Hi, everybody.
Oh my god. Okay, we got bullied. Let me move back. Hey, Nato. Yeah. Let me know it that you are. Right, let me just leave all of the stuff. Leave the Discord server. And the sun roost. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. Woo. Oh, whoa. Right. Chat, it's time to vibe. Let me just turn off Among Us. Being a little bit of sus. Right, we are going to be doing chat. Next on our list is going to be. You're going to go to just chatting for a couple of minutes. Right. It's a Monday. Baby. I gotta tear down the sunroof. If I can figure out how to get back into my Steam account, I could play LOL. Not this one. This was a content creator one. And just to answer the question, just beforehand, it was. Not this. It was Finn. Also, hi Finn. Hope you're having a good day today. Welcome, Sin. I didn't say because we were doing a little bit of stuffs. However, this one is a friend lobby. This one was a content creator lobby for today. But we are going to be doing more Among Us. I need people to react in the Discord server. If you guys want to do Among Us. Oh, mate, got a song request. You can't put links in the chat, Spin. You know that. Put it inside of the Discord. However, chat, if you do want to play Among Us with us, modded Among Us, just like the one that you saw today, jump into the Discord. Look, it's right there. Boom. There's the link for it. Join in, react to wanting to do lobbies. Yippee, we'll do all of that jazz. However, hello, Caprixa. How you doing tonight, darling? How's your throat? Is it feeling better? I also need to catch up with a stretch from Arlo. Friggin'. Oh. It's not Caprixa. It is. It's like Capri Sun. It's like Capri Sun, ain't it? Right, chat. I've got to catch up. I've done a stretch. It's time to crack open a cold one. Oh, it's not cold anymore though. Oh, cookie. Hello, anybody else want a cookie? Welcome in, everyone. Right, chat. Today is a day, okay? It's a day. We're going to be doing a lot of cool things. If you've just missed, we've just had a good song. Oh, yeah. Ruh-roh. So, chat, if you've just missed it, I'll turn the song up a little bit as well. We've just been playing Among Us. We played Modded Among Us with our friends. It was kind of cool. I think there's about like 500 people that are watching the entire lobby, which is kind of cool, kind of poggers. However, right now, check this good. I'll check it. If it's not a song that if I don't like the song, I'll just be like, sorry, let me do it for you. I was listening to Friction last night. Kind of like it. I don't think it's really stream friendly, but I might play it a little later though. Right, let's turn the music up. There we go. However, Caprixa, I hope that your throat's doing well. I know that you said it's doing absolute doo-doo dog. However, just do what I told you. None of this hot OJ. What are you doing? Why are you drinking hot OJ? That sounds so gross. It sounds... the warm orange juice. What I will say though, I did with Joni. What's Joni? Who's Jonesy? What did he do? Honey and apple juice. That's kind of good. Also good song. What about this one? Is this one also good?
Welcome everyone to Centrosity HD Radio. Today's song, this one, is No Money. Tuning in live for your Monday morning vibes. We're hitting it hard and live. Let's go.
Sorry, I didn't. Okay, right. So without me getting to ads, gotta use your Twitch Prime then. Twitch Prime is an amazing thing, chat. Right, apple juice. Apple juice is great. Apple, orange juice all the way. But I do like me an apple juice. Okay, apple juice is top tier. Apple juice should give you a sub. Just Twitch Prime. It's just Prime, isn't it? Is it not just Twitch Prime? Watch. Do I have to do this? Do I not just have to go? do I just not do this? To everybody? How'd you hear me? You've got an ad? Yeah, people just give me money anyway. It's okay. I'm not here for people to give me money. I'm here to have a good time. And also to get your money. Chat, give me all your money though. You know? It was a short ad. You've got short ads. You know what? There's one thing I do need to do. Why have I never done this before? Lump. There you go. Get out my face, you gang of morons. Oh, why waste apples to make juice? I mean, apple juice is great though. Rumor has it, if you don't subscribe to Sin, you won't see ads. That's true. It's not a rumor. It's a straight up fact, bro. What I am gonna do though, chat, is we did this last month and you guys didn't hit it, and I am legally obligated to say it again this month. Have I scratched my arm? I've not. It's just weird. It's on that smart shit. He really is. Chat, we did this last month and I'm gonna do it again this month because I think, why not? You guys see this? Watch this. It's long. It's got yeah, it's kind of, it's got the bro jump scared. Yeah, I know. I'm fed up of trying. I'm fed up of these slanderous accusations that Sean... Listen, chat, you want to know something mad? Jacksepticeye and I bumped into each other years and years and years ago, and we bonded over the fact that we somewhat look similar like each other. And we also share the same name. Our family's also from the same part of Ireland, which is kind of weird. So, there you go. Am I used to that one? Yes. The second I do this, I get used to it. Or this. But the thing is, by you guys saying Jacksepticeye, are you guys saying I look like Jack? You're saying I'm handsome, okay? What do you want from me here? I'm okay with it. Now, back to the deal, right? Here's the deal. Okay, you guys want the deal? I'll give you the deal. Let me just switch back on and get rid of that Twitch Prime thing that's screaming in my face right now. So, here's your deal. What's the deal? Here is the deal. I'm going to be getting my hair cut soon, right? I'm not going to get rid of it. I'm just going to get it thinned out a little bit and maybe styled. However, I thought what would be kind of cool if we brought back the hair dye goal. I thought, you know what would be kind of funny? If we hit a sub goal next week, I'll dye my hair pink. I don't like the idea, but I'm kind of thinking, like, you know what would be kind of funny? I also think pink hair would be kind of cool. Pink hair would be kind of funny to rock, you know, it's in summer as well. The only thing I can't bear is I'm sweating, right? Pink hair. What? You hit it. Quack, 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 quack. I think I see the future. I realize this is my last chance. Also, Alyssa, welcome, Sin. If you're having a good time, do a 360. I mean, give me like. Should I go with green hair? No. Do you know why? Do you know why I can't do green hair? And you all freaking know why. It's because if I do green hair, I'll just be called freaking Jack, okay? Now, I will make the deal that chat can choose the color, okay? If we hit the dono goal, if we hit the sub goal even, right? If we hit the sub goal, chat can choose. So you guys can choose green if you want. It's just the thing is, turn around. Turn around. Which way? This way? Now what? What am I looking at? The wall? I can't turn around that far. My neck only works like an owl on Tuesdays. That's long hair though. Gotta get that free stretch. Bro, you done did me dirty, bro. Fair. So chat, so here's the thing. So to be fair, watch this. This is where it's like, this is where people are going to clip it. A little bit of... You know what? Ayo, chat. Sodded. It's not a phase, Mom, I promise you. I have to sit like this. Otherwise you can't... I can't see my face, chat. I actually can't see my face at all. It's not a phase, Mom. This is who I really am. Don't waste your time on me. I'm all ready. The voice inside my head. Let me see what Drew said. He is real, Spin. Listen, if I have that, does that not just show you guys everything? I can't do the Google Doc. I have to send you the updates back real quick. Oh, give me 2 seconds. I'll give you access to it. It's always a good time, man. No matter when. Let me go with Anyone with the link? Boom, you've got that link. There you go. You should have access to updating it now. When you send me that sub, what? I do have, but Jack, I do have the top of the morning to you laddies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome to Happy Wheels. Ugh. Air in the mouth. It was a bad idea to do this, chat. Right, now let's close Discord down so I can see. You should now be able to do that now, Drew. You should have access to it. Still alive, but I'm barely breathing. Right, chat. I want to know, is there any kind of... Right, I want to go and do Masterpiece to start with, right? Still alive, but I'm barely breathing. Let's put in and let's do at... I don't want to at everybody, but there's no, like, we don't have a Gartic ping yet. Right, I'm sorry, chat. At everyone. We don't have a Gartic ping yet, but I see you in Gartic. Gartic Masterpiece. Ori, you haven't seen this yet. We've made... I'll show you in a second, right? Let me show you. Oh, that's a Justin Timberlake banger song. Oh shoot, Gartic. Yeah, we've got Gartic and then we've got... Yeah. I thought I missed it. No. We still got Gartic. Right, no Gartic being yet, but... It's Fusion X Fusion time. Whoa, I said Fusion X Fission, but I kind of like it. It's in general chat as well. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for what I've just done. Alyssa! What did you get? Everyone ping. I saw that. Wow, you just got told off. Jackson. Alyssa. Don't forget, chat, you've got to. I will only spin the wheel if you guys put in spin that wheel in the chat, okay? And that's how we do it. So, Ari, allow me to introduce to you, if we go to Gartic real fast, we're going to go on there now. I know it's you, Shadow, don't worry. I've already looked into it. Right, let's change on Richie, baby. But... Gartic Fawn. I tried to I didn't know who your name was in Discord. I was like, wait, who? And I was like, oh, Shadow. Gartic Fawn, and it's gonna be viewer masterpieces. Fusion X Fusion. This is I love it. Name. Let's go to Wheel of Names, but I'm barely breathing. Hey, dummy balls. Top of the morning to you, laddies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome to Gartic. Right, so chat. If we go onto our Gartic Fawn, what am I supposed to do? So, chat, this is top tier. Right, so look, let's go here. So this is our Gartic. So what we do is this here. Right. Chat, welcome in. This is Gartic Phone Fusion X Fusion Masterpiece. And what we do is we spin the wheel twice, we get a character and then a fusion type. So if it's Rick and Morty, Scooby-Doo, it's Rick and Morty in the style of Scooby-Doo. Or let's say it's Pokemon and then we've got, I don't know, Frozen. It's going to be somebody from Pokemon in the universe of the Frozen universe, okay? That's how Fusion X Fusion works. It's very cool, very easy. But what we need to do, chat, is to start off, I need you to all say it with me. I need to say in the chat, I need spin that wheel. And then we'll spin the first wheel. It gives us our first fusion, but chat, I need it in the chat. I need to spin that wheel, baby. Let me see it. Let me see what you guys can do. Break it down. Da la 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 la. Spin that round ball. Bomb our song. Spin the wheel, baby. We need to spin it. I'm not going. We need to spin the wheel. It is a bomb song, though. You are correct, Caprixa. 3, 2, 1, go. What is the first choice that we get in chat? Who are we drawing first? We are going to be drawing... Right, okay, so we're drawing YouTubers. This is comical. You're all talking about Jacksepticeye, and YouTubers just come up. Okay, so it's YouTubers in the style of what? Let's see what... You can't fix this, chat. YouTubers in the style of... Pixar characters, okay? So this is what it's going to be. Fusion X Fusion is going to be, you have to draw YouTubers, or like a YouTuber that you like, can be anyone you like, in the style of Pixar, right? The invite link is now in the chat. That says Wagwan. Why does that say Wagwan? Happy Wheels! It's going to be fun. Pixar. Like anything Pixar. It can be in the style of Pixar for anything. In that, like... Like this. Look at that. Cars Monsters Inc. Yeah. As long as it is... Oh, that's why you can't see it. See, so anything that's like that. So anything... It can be from any one of them, right? I can't draw... It doesn't matter. Okay? It is Masterpiece, chat. You all get 20 to 30 minutes. Caprixa, are you saying that you're not going to be joining us for Masterpiece, you digital artiste? La la la. Let me feel like you. La la la. Put your hands up. But I'm at work. No, you do it now. You have to. He knows everything. I do. Ratatouille knows everything. I used to get called Ratatouille. It's fine. It's fine, Caprixa. Don't worry. Chat, say, everybody say Pog-U Caprixa in the chats, okay? We just need some Pog-U's for Caprixa. Or if the YouTuber is already a style of Pixar. Who? And we got Dommy. Dommy's just gonna draw balls. La la. La 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 la. Chat, do me a favor. I do want to say this as well, just as a little friendly omen. I do want to say, listen, if you're in the chat right now and you do not already follow the lovely Capriza, go follow her. She is amazing. She does really cool. She does Bob. She does Bob the old hag. Please go drop her a follow. She's pretty darn cool, okay? You guys are cool. And if you like my content, you're going to absolutely love Capriza. Funny enough, she's like a female version of my humor. It's weird. Caprixa, you need to stop being you. It's weird. You're like my humor, but for Marley. I can't draw styles. I'm gonna sit this one out. It's okay, Ari. Don't worry. I don't think half the people in this lobby. I don't even think I can draw. But here we are. Why does it feel so good but hurt so bad? As fast as you can. Da 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 da. Right. So we're gonna keep the wheel Here we are. We are 2 now. Whoa. Wait! Damn it. Welcome, Sin. How you doing? Check. I saw as well. Charlotte, you said check in Shepic. Oh, you know what? Yes, do it. Do that. So, damn it, we have got a theme today. Welcome into the chat as well. Do you make your own queue? Yes, I do. I make my own playlist all the time. My music doesn't go onto my VODs as well, so I can play whatever I want and not get DMCA struck. Damn it, don't forget. So, what I want to say, chat, is you have 20 minutes. The time will start when this starts. The goal is to draw a YouTuber in the style of Pixar. Okay? Starting. Timer has started, chat. Let's see what you guys can do. Oh, can I not zoom in? That's just enough. I can't zoom in. A heart attack, a troublemaker. Right, let's get up a... Let's get a web page open and let's use some reference images, chat. Okay? So, we're looking for YouTube. Oh, okay. I think it'd be funny if YouTuber Pixar. Yes. I think the better thing to do is look up. I think Jacksepticeye is the way forward. Okay? Yeah. I'm gonna feel so good, but hurt so bad. Whoa. I think I know where I'm gonna go down the route. Okay. So we could go down the route of Jacksepticeye's. Let's go down to here. I reckon we go down the route of his eye companion. Right? Don't forget, I am doing this freehand because I don't have my drawing pad anymore. However, it's also the first drawing of the day, so please forgive. Wow, this is a song I haven't heard in a while. No, that's too rounded. These people using a mouse. I'm using a mouse. I don't have a stylus anymore. I know. It's gonna be sloppy. Ballsy Strawberry Mars. It really... Oh, no. Trust... I'm fully aware, okay? I have to stick with one art style, which is kind of like sketch drawing. We can go. Okay, that's fair. So if I draw... Okay, so this gives an idea. This is obviously Jacksepticeye's little bean. His little eyeball, right? Okay, that's fair. I'll turn the music up just a tiny bit as well. Feel like I need to bring this down a little bit more, though. Like here. He has that mouse control. It gives me mad hand cramp, though. I don't really think I'm that good with my mouse, though. That's the thing. I can't do mouse off for shit. FPS creators hate this. To be fair, I have been an FPS creator for a long time. Oh, this really hurts my hand. We need to. I think so far it's so good. It's really hurting. I don't like the fact that it's round. I think it should go flat, like this. Like I'll roughen it out. I think that should be the angle more so. I'm gonna make him cry, by the way. Like this. Does that look sad? Light. Yeah, superhero at the side. Superhero at the side. The annoying thing is as well, if you want to do like good color shading. Hiya Dilly, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome Sin. How are you doing today, dude? Welcome to the Sinternet. Right, it's annoying with Gartic because like if you want to do decent shading, you've got to do it all in one pen stroke. And I'm using mouse. You know, if you're at the side. Hi. Hey, yo. Welcome in, dude. Oh, chat, look. That's just from, like, what we've done so far. And it's only been 6 minutes. How do I join? Very simple, Kaylee. Here you go. The link is in the chat. If I don't accidentally shout like a prickster again. There you go. That is the link for the next round. We are doing 20-minute masterpieces. I'd still shout you out. You know what? Don't tell me what to do. Can I join? Of course you can. You gotta wait an hour before I can give you another shout out. Not on my watch. I'll give you a manual shout out. It's not working anymore. Oh my god. Chat, go click on Caprix's name and go follow it. Just, I don't know, annoy you by doing it. Oh, yeah, light. Yes, if you're here at the side. That's not a good shade. YouTuber Pixar. Yes, yes. YouTuber Pixar. Thank you, but also don't waste your time. I'm just a hag. She is a hag. Don't trust her though. She is kind of a hag. Plays Minecraft, but Minecraft's cool though, chat. Is that a better eye color? No, I don't like it. It's going back to there. Minecraft's cool. I love Minecraft. Oh, yeah, light. Yeah, right. Bye. I need to get some white up here. Another banger though. That's something I thought I'd hear. Minecraft is so cool. I love Minecraft. Down, 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 down. And I know you miss your mom. You miss your dad. Minecraft is on top, Mikey. That's what I'm saying, bro. I love you. Shit. Sorry, chat. I just really love the guy who's in the chat right now. He's a brother for my entire life. How you doing, Mikey? He's joined us masterpiece, the demonstration of the pinnacle of the artist's attributes. Is Maxin Opus FT, bro. From way back when. From way back when, bro. I love you. That's the wrong line. You know, Mike, it's funny that you've just came in here as well. I was talking about, like, the skate park and everything yesterday. The skate park, bro. I'll read the other message in a second. I need to breathe while I do that. No! Okay, it's gonna be alright. Let's make that a little bit bigger. I love this song so much. Need to get some more games, but I enjoyed this for now, so I'll stick with it. Got like, wait, what is the Forza Horizon 5? Yes. Let me see. What did you say just beforehand? Just pour myself a little whiskey. Gonna play some Forza. Get yourself racing rig. Hey, yo, let's freaking go. I do love Forza Horizon 5 though. Forza Horizon 5 was the shit back in the day. Crazy, crazy, gonna do this fun, right. I'm using all my valuable time right now. Like, what's the time? 8 minutes left. Okay, right, so from here, let's go back to down here. Okay, right, so if I was to do... Baby, don't you cry. No, wrong angle. Nope. Daisy kinda crazy. He needs big ears. No, that's way wrong. Top song. What about this one though? Na na whoa. Na na whoa. Sing your laugh when you see us? What do you mean? Love 3, 5 is the way forward. Course up once you get... Hey man, oops. I gotta run, but I'll catch you later, Sin. You're doing great. I love you. Have an amazing night. Enjoy work as much as you can. I understand it's work, but enjoy it, you know? I'll see you soon, Capriza. Come down, baby. Around 5, 4, 4, 3, 3, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Na 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 na. Whoa. What do we think, chat? Do you reckon that's okay? How long left? 5 minutes 30, chat. You've got 5.5 minutes left. Got not making this circle solid from the beginning. I feel you. Four, 3, 2, 1. No. Much people did the same character. I bet you guys have all done either Sin or something to do with Jacksepticeye. Oh, baby. Maybe. Candice, what you'll know about Skibidi Toilet? We actually have, if Arlo's in here, Arlo loves Skibidi Toilet. Arlo always does Skibidi Toilet themed drawings. How you doing, Candice? Welcome. Who's Candice? It's gonna be the, if there's his chin, right? Let's try to get some basic form to the rest of them. Candice. God, Mikey, this song was like rampant round when we were like at the skate park and shiz. See, I see England, I see France, I see Kendrick's underpants. Kendrick? I see your favorite person's underwear. I remember the League of Legends days, man. I'd give an arm to have another skate session with the old gang. Oh, bro, honestly, I know. Connor and crew. It's legit like 30. I know. I know. Even then, just like the free running and shit, the backflips and all of those days, fam. I do not have the body for that anymore. Hey, Candice, thank you. Okay, I won't give you a brain rot. You're cool. Hey, yo, I appreciate that, Candice. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome to this internet. And the bow with the brightest flame. Make this one smaller. There we go. You can put it like the calls at the Hall of Fame. And then we can draw a chat. I might extend it by a little bit. Yeah, we're going to extend it to 30 instead. Okay? Every single joint. I'm also... Oh, bro, honestly, I feel that. I want you to turn that shit into a job. Bro, I know you did. And you're killing it. And I love you for that. Everything that you do with dancing. Chat, I'm going to give you guys an extra 10 minutes whilst in cheating. Well, we typically do 30 minutes. I did do 20. I thought it'd be good to do a slow start off. But... I guess 30 minutes is what we all need anyway. That's what I need anyway. Balls. We can't miss out on the we cannot forget the Jacksepticeye earring though. This one right here. Just like, oh, just exactly like that, right? Da-na-na-na. 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 Right, brother. Have a blessed evening. Enjoy the stream. Gotta go hibernate and vibe. Ayo, Mikey, I love you. Thanks for coming by, man. I appreciate it. Deuces. Listen, when I'm in Liverpool in a couple of weeks, if you're in there during summer at some point, we'll grab a drink. I'm an old man now, you see. 26, bro. I will. I promise I will do, man. Right, deuces. I'll see you later, dude. It was nice seeing you. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Chat, 10-minute warning. Straight. Stop, banana. Dude, how is that similar? Is it though? Give me a little. I think that's cool. Maybe. Is it though? The 3, 2, 1, go. Oof. Okay, right. Nose is going to be the hardest part, so that's why I'm leaving it for last. Da-na-na-na. Everywhere I can kind of get it for, I'm trying to put it in. Okay, we need to go back, remove this line now. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Let's get it on. We're thinking like that. No, 2 squared. When the morning comes. And let's delete this. No one is seen to mind. Oof, this has hurt my hands so much, chat. Good night to me. We both did the same exact 2 characters. We do think alike. We are good minds, bro. I need a finger break. That sounds so sus. I've been thinking. We'll just do this background a little bit for a second. Hey, so you didn't hear anything, bro. What do you mean? Okay, so just where the nose and the mouth needs it. So the mouth is easy, right? Maybe the mouth isn't easy. I'm thinking like. I've been thinking. Oh, I'm gone. I'm gone. No, mine's crazy. I believe that, Richie. Lately, I've been thinking. Less of an hour before HeroCraft? Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. I think it might be a little late going live, but pretty much around about an hour, yeah. How's the fire looking, Drew? Nobody could nice to be. I want to go downstairs. Okay, cool. I thought 15 minutes. I might be pushing it by. Well, I think I might be pushing my go onto it in an hour because I've poorly timed the lobby. There's a command set up to IP, by the way, Drew. You should be able to edit that one. Oh no, wait, you don't even need that. No, I think it's exclamation mark HC. That needs changing. Yeah. It's already attached, I'm assuming, yeah. Yeah. How long's left? 4 minutes. I don't think we're gonna get it done yet. Okay, let's see if I can get this. Ain't gonna break your heart. Good keybinds. Alt is onto context wheel. V is your voice that enter escape as everything. I want. Oh, I'll change mine anyway. I know I will. What days? Oh, Minecraft saying I forgot every day from now on. I'm only gonna break your heart. R's roll. I'll change roll to mouse button 5. Oh. See his crawl. Yeah, but I want it. I want it. I don't. Oh. Spoobles! How you doing, bro? Can you guys guess what it is? I drew Pixar character from the movie Inside Out, and I wonder if it's okay with the Pixar theme. We'll see. E.T. Shut up, bro. Another banger. Oh, obviously, Alyssa. Only bangers, you know. Gotta dance. Yeah, oh. Me a stereo. You can't do it, then you should go. Took you so long to a stereo. Oh, oh. How is the? Is this How to Train Your Dragon? I will hurt you, Drew. I don't want to spend time on mine. Man. No, uh-oh. Make me a stereo. Mm-hmm. Single onto a stereo. Behind. Oh, that's not going to be right at all. Bob the Builder. To mine. Uh-oh. Make me a radio. Is a minion? Song to a stereo. Baby, 'cause I'm begging you. Okay, I think this is gonna be. Oh, I'm so not done. I'm begging you. Damn it! Time is up. Time is up. Time is up. Right. I'm begging you. Right, chat. The theme was YouTubers as Disney, Pixar characters. Let's see what we had. First and foremost, we have myself. I went down the Jacksepticeye route and turned him into a Disney Pixar character. Although I just ran out of time. I spent too much time working on his little bean that I just didn't have time to do it. And you know what? I blame myself for it. Next up, we have Richie. I'll save it on. Boom, boom. Richie, let's see what you've got, bro. Skibbity toilet, let's go. It's Mr. Beast. He is definitely animated. I'll see. You know what? Fair play. Let's look at that again. Boom. Look at that. That is Mr. Beast if I've ever seen him. That's Mike Septic. Okay, listen. I see you. That. NATO. Okay, you know what? Fair enough. You actually did do fusion. Fair enough. Shadow. I knew it. Oh, I knew it. It is in the same. We goddamn love animators. We do. That is one very much oddball. Okay, so some might say that's an oddball, right? Some might say that's an odd one's out. Some might say, but that is I loved it. I love the background. The background's freaking cool. Lucky, hello, how you doing? Welcome, Sin. It really is good, innit? Next dummy, balls. It's just balls. It's just, of course, it's a tractor. Of course, it's a tractor. And damn it, let's see what you got. There's levels to the game, it seems. I need to watch that again. Okay. And in 30 minutes, yeah. If that was a competition you lost. Oh, 100% I know I lost. I love that, like, look, there's Inside Out at the bottom. I love it. I do love the vibe that you went for as well. However, I saw somebody who that just came in. Wait, Lucky, you said, can I do it in the next round, brother? Of course you can. Listen, let me explain the rules, chat. The link even is, if it wants to, please let me do this. There you go. Boom. Chat, here is the link. Wait, I think it's going to put it. Yeah, I'll put you into the one. Look, I'll give you boom, boom. There you go. This is the link, chat. What it is, what we're going to do, we're going to spin a wheel, and then you guys have to be like, spin that wheel. And then when we do it, I won. Let's see about that, dummy. So what we're going to do is we're going to spin this here wheel, right? We spin it twice. It comes up with a character or a universe mixed with the second option. It's going to be the same wheel twice. That's what it is. So it's Fusion X Fusion. That's what it is. Chat. I have a better talent for backgrounds than actual characters. I mean, it was good, nevertheless. I loved it. Better than what mine was. But damn it. Freaking dope. Right, chat. And don't forget, if you are enjoying it and you like doing Gartic phone as well, we are doing Gartic all the time. I like doing Fusion X Fusion. I think it's a cool thing to do with the community. So if you are enjoying it, drop a freaky follow and join into the Discord server if you're not in there already. Boom, there's the link. Join in. We're going to spin that wheel. Chat. Can I get a spin that wheel, please? Fireball. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Riggedy 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 riggedy.
Fireball. Fireball.
Woo woo. Looks like we've got, yet again, another Baby Yoda chat. So you need to draw Baby Yoda, specifically in the style of, we might spin again, we might spin twice. In World War Z. So chat, this is Baby Yoda in a zombie apocalypse. Talk about a challenge, chat. Fireball. Wild. Okay. 1 second, chat. Do, 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 do. 3, 2, skibbity boo. Okay. Right, let's go, chat. So we've got World War Z. Okay. Can you pull it up real quick? Can we pull one up real quick? What are we looking at? Are you asking for Baby Yoda World War Z? Because I can show you an example. We can go here and let's go to Yoda Zombie Apocalypse. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but chains and whips excite me. It's true though, Alyssa. Don't tell me it's not true. I'm the Okay, so we've got a lot. We don't have to go down the horror route, you know, like this. However, zombie apocalypse. It doesn't have to be a zombie Baby Yoda. But Baby Yoda in a zombie apocalypse, chat. Got 30 minutes on the clock. We're taking it down. We're taking it down. Set a timer for 30 minutes. Zombie Yoda. Now, I think we should make this less about Yoda himself and more like the apocalypse. So I'm thinking we can go down the fireball. I was just edging my mixing desk. I mean, what? So we're talking like a... I don't know where I'm going with that one. I like the idea of having like a busted up skyline. Yeah. So like something like that, but then have like smoke coming off. Broken building. That's Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated. Oh my god. Hey Kieran, thank you for the luck, buddy. Appreciate it, bro. But I'll go clean some things. If I see you another day on Gothic, I'll draw here again. It was nice seeing you, damn it. Thanks for joining in. Hope you have an amazing night. Thanks. Also, you were insane. Hopefully we see you again. Drop a follow if you enjoyed it. If you don't, hopefully I'll see you again. We do Gothic a lot. It was a pleasure meeting you. I don't like it, chat. Ah, yeah, damn it, as well. There we go. Welcome, officially, to this internet. I'll see you another time. Have a great night. Right. Fireball. Let's just get rid. Start again. I don't want to do what we did last time and turn it into like Peter Griffin. Trying to think of... I'm actually lost, chat. Yeeta, exactly. Gotcha. Let me see what I can get. Let's look at references. What can I get? No one knows how to do a zombie apocalypse. Okay, okay. Right, we have to think for ourselves here, chat. Shit. Vanna, you know, yeah. Fireball. Now, how easy is it for me to erase things from this? Because if I can do this, I can't erase things or else I'm screwed at this point. No, see, this is why I'm trying to do it early on. If I can get away with it, then I'll do it. I just don't think I'll be able to get away with it. Can't laugh. Woo, getting over my life. Mr. Worldwide. The bigger the heart, the harder they fall. Nah, it ain't gonna work. Is there a fill? There's not a fill option. Oh wait, there is a fill option. Boom. The harder the fall. Running it down with the bar. Oh my god, I'm lost. Oh my god, Yoda as in a zombie apocalypse. Because my obvious thing is gonna do is just get Baby Yoda and put a gun in his handle, give him a machete. I know what to do. Wait. I know what to do. Always hit me. Oh, every time of my life. Ooh. Right, I need to find an animated style of this. And I need Baby Yoda. I actually think I've got it now. Drop! Okay, yep, I've got it. I know what I'm doing. And I actually don't need that much time to do it. I don't think. So to start off, I think I can need to do head and ears. So the ears are the first thing you're going to start with. I went off. Did you? I don't want it to be that thick. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, you mean like you've... Okay, you've left. Time of my life. One eye? No, it's the eyes gonna be the most annoying thing. Eyes do my head in. Okay, maybe not. Mr. Worldwide. Believe me, been there, done that. Okay, that's fine. You're the time of my life. Nope. You need 3 more of her. Like that kind of smart. You know, like a frick. That's alien. Okay, I'll get to that next. I have that misery. Y'all get it up in there. Da ba da ba ba. Okay. As long as I know where I'm going with it, I can do this. So let me be, set me free. Yeah. Give it up and me. Skip it a bus, skip it a bum 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 bum. Misery. Oh my god, my hand. This is the last one, by the way, chat, before we go on to do Minecraft. Oh yeah. Oh, get it up and give it up and give it up and and do da da da. In do the I wanna get you da da da. So ba 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 I can love it there. Oh wait, I didn't notice that you hold the bomb hammer extends and shakes when you like. Really? I didn't even know that. Wait, does it? Oh, bro, I didn't know that. Oh, that's nuts. Okay, cool. Okay, now I've got more ADHD. Oh, I didn't know that. Let it show. Okay, let's move this up 2. Get some more finer detail. Bring this down a little bit. And if the sky comes falling down. Do-do. Do-do. I think we can go further down and kind of make it more to like the character's face that I want to make. You're so artistic, especially on PC. No, I'm autistic, bro. There's a difference. I need to round it off. Oh, the eyes. That's okay. That's more where I want to go with the face. Down with the rest of me. Nope, wrong one. Okay. Now. Like, no, that looks very Alien versus Predator. Oh my god. Oh, wait, no, fault. I can't do that. I need to look at it. Just need to go backwards a couple of steps. Back in this, back to down here. Baby Yoda's taller. No, but it's fusion, isn't it? So it's gonna be a combination. I think like this. Oh, having to do like a crossed elbow is really annoying. Hmm. Going into battle, zombie apocalypse, though, bro. Send you a pic of a good image. I'll DM you in Discord. Okay, cool. I prefer doing sketch style. I just think it works better with the way that I play. And the night all summer, and the night all That's kind of sick, though, bro. I don't wanna run in us. Let's. Okay. Cause I don't wanna run in us. I'm hoping people kind of get the idea of who this is meant to be. It's a zombie apocalypse theme, so I'm kind of hoping people kind of... Whoa, uh-oh. Oh, uh-oh. This baby over have breasts. It's 2024. It's fusion, okay? It'll make sense in a second. Right, I need to go up one more. I need faster detail. Oh, uh-oh. It's Baby Yoda Michonne from The Walking Dead. That's why it's like, it's really killing me. It's World War Z. No. I know. But then I said... So, oh, you know what? In fact, yeah, you're right. So I can just remove this. And I can just put on the back. There you go. It's an MP4. Sound. A hunting rifle. We should also do a blank one of these times. Do a witch. See, look at that. Now it's a hunt rifle. Scribblio. We don't do Scribblio because people can hack into it too easily. That's the only reason why I don't do it. We get it almost every night and night. Yeah. So now, instead of it being chats, look, instead of it being Michonne from The Walking Dead, now it's the girl from World War Z that gets her arm cut off because she gets bit. And she has a buzz cut as well, so you know what? We can actually just go ahead. Of all that. There goes 5 minutes. Bro, I know. There goes away all my 5 minutes of work on that bit. That's correct. That's the... Okay, so my BRB was like 3 hours ago. Hope you didn't miss me so much. Fizzy, how could we not miss you? We needed you here. Part of the theme, part of the vibe. Not out of sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. There we go. See? I'm sorry. It's okay, but you're back now, right? That's all that matters. We get it almost every night. Feeling more than dry. Out of sight. Oh my god, I had to go. I had to go do my mod duties. It's okay. Well, now you're here, and that's okay. Welcome back, Fizzy. It's okay. Is how long it's been? Bro, it's been time. 3 years, 2 months. That's nearly 3 years and 3 months. That's close to my birthday 3 years ago, bro. I'm such a child. Chat 6 minutes. Hydrate. I got you, bro. Don't worry. Give me 2 seconds. Almost 1. Wow. That is mental, Alyssa. Which is weird, because that means you'd have followed me during my first return. Which also makes me confused, because... Let me check. I'm pretty sure your first message... Oh, yeah, you done... Alyssa, your message in my chat, right? You done one message 2 years ago, and then the next time you chatted inside my chat was this week. That is mental. Hey, Macklemore. What? 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 Boo de boo doo. Right, let me close all that down. I forgot what I joined for. I don't even know what you joined for. It would have been probably Jackbox or something. We did play Jackbox a lot. Right, let's continue with this. Let's get our greens going. I'm gonna pop some tags. $20 in my pocket. Chat, 5-minute warning. What up? I got a big chicken. Ew. That's mad, saying it'll smell like R. Kelly sheets. I'm gonna take a grandpa style. I bought a broken keyboard. I'm gonna look in a second. I just need to get this one stroke done. Velcro. Oh my god. 5 minutes, Raymond. Yeah. I don't know what this one with. Yeah. Drew, what are you pointing at? King custom. I'm the one that gave the warning out. Tags only got $20 in my pocket. $5 minutes? Yeah, I gave the warning out. That's another man's come up. Yeah, it's 3-minute warning now. You hella won't. Popping tags. I'm gonna pop some. It's Hero Craft after this, by the way, Drew. This is awesome. I'll wear your granddad's clothes. Biggest room from the thrift shop down the road. Damn right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That bit's done, I think. We gotta get out, dance. Okay. That's close. 1 minute left. Ooh. I did not know that was it. I decided to start drawing a phrase that would have taken too long. You drawing a phase that would have taken... What? Oh, a face. Oh my god. Right, let's see. I didn't finish it at all. Gosh darn, it's a hex. Oh my lord, chat. Not about a thing. Bear with me, chat, just while I download. Don't forget, chat, you can now down. Just while we get the ad, we're going to wait for 2 minutes. Don't you know me. Skibbity-bop, be. Oh, wait, I've got to hydrate from Tyson. Sorry, Tyson. Thank you, bro. Gonna worry about the dance. Not the dance. About the dance. I am, don't worry. Da 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 da. Da da da. Okay. Next. We've got NATO. I think NATO had to leave. I think he quit. Yeah, he quit because he saw everybody else's drawings. Everybody else left in the end except for Shadow and I. Let me see what your drawing was. Ah! I love it. Also, he's a little bit wounded. I love the art style, by the way. It's freaking cool. I like the zombie on the floor. Dummy, a distractor. Oh. Ah, balls. Of course. Damn it. I think Damn it left. There we go. Is it? Look at that. See you soon. Cheer up. I like that. Damn it had to leave, but Damn it's gonna come back another day. That's really cool. Right. I like that. Luke, that was great. And then Swag. What do you draw? I think Swag also left. They saw the prompt and was like, nah. There we go. But there we go. I liked it. See Shadow, and now it's just you and I. That's cool. The zombie was the last minute. Yeah, I know. I saw that it was just like a green ball with a it's something I had to go. It's fine. It worked out well. However, that is Gartic. Okay, 2 of them. We'll do a longer one tomorrow. It's just we have something that we want to do now. I'm gonna do a ping beforehand and see if we can grab the peoples on here. And I'm gonna do a quick little at everybody. Chat, get ready. We're atting everybody one more time. I know. The Gartic thing wasn't meant to be a ping for everyone though, so you gotta allow me. Everyone. 1, 2, 3. We are launching HeroCraft Alpha 2 right now. Okay, look at what I'm doing. Run around, it's taking like a taboo. What are we doing? We are about to launch a new HeroCraft server. So I want to show everybody what it is. Just allow everybody to get on. There's new links that people can use to get it. And then we're going to play. I'm just going to give everybody an overview, right? I'm going to join on, get everybody on. I have my notifications off on all Discord servers because Discord pings are pissing me off. That's okay, trust me. I'm aware. Yes, it is Java, NATO. Let me close Gartic as well while we're here. Minecraft, yay! Yeah, we're gonna go into Minecraft. I want to show you guys the new HeroCraft server. So, chat, for those that don't know, HeroCraft is... let me just change the title and go... HeroCraft... Alpha 2. Let's go. Wait, I've got a better title for this. I already know. There we go. Hi, Richie. I've got you, bro. Thank you. Then you play that again. I went too deep last time. No. Fizz. You're gonna say that, and then you're gonna play. You're gonna look at my server, and then you're gonna go. Right, now let's do that. Right, now let's launch. And now I know I've got to get... You know what? I can show you guys now while I do it. Right. In fact, let's put a marker here. Chat, welcome. If you want to know what we're doing right now, this is a very quick guide on how to install HeroCraft. You want to know what HeroCraft is? Go check out another video. I'm going to start that again, chat. Let's do that again. Rewind it. Chat, welcome. You want to know what HeroCraft is? Why did I do that again? You know what it is. Same mod pack? Yes, but new link. Okay. Drew, are you here? Drew, put the link in if you can, please. I'll appreciate it. And not the link I sent you in private because that's an editor link. The one that was in the chat earlier. I think it's !HC. Or !HeroCraft. There it is. That's the link for it, by the way. Hey, Kosha. Welcome, Sin. Right, chat. Chat, welcome. You want to know how to add a custom profile onto CurseForge Loader? This is what we're going to do. We're going to do it. I'm going to show you easily how to install HeroCraft right now, very quickly, if you are on, want to post link in Discord. I thought Drew was going to ping it. Here. I'll do another ping, but I thought Drew was going to do it. Let me do it. I'll just do it now. Updated mod link for HeroCraft folder is here. I'm gonna have to ping 4 pings in one day. Because I don't want to do things on the fly. There we go. That should be the... I hate that I've pinged you all 4 times today. I'm sorry. Oh no. Let me just... Wait, is Shadow still live? He is. I'm downloading the mod as well. In the background. Let me do this. Shh. HeroCraft? I'm closing your stream now. There we go. Shadows. I'm here, yes. No, not Shadows. Shadows and Shadows. Right. Do I have to download CurseForge? No, you can just use your launcher. If you know how to inject mods yourself, fill it with ice, use a boat. It took 2 hours in a boat with ice just for pandas to your base. The tunnel itself took a week. What on God's heaven? Fizzy. Whoa. Chat. Very quick tutorial. How to install HeroCraft mods onto CurseForge. Right? If you don't know what that is, watch this very quickly. Create custom. And then you go to import. Then I'm going to grab the latest version. The one that you've just downloaded from the link. !HeroCraft inside of the chat if you don't know what that is. Go to someone else's stream to ask them to play this. No. Shadows is meant to be on the server. He just doesn't know the time it's meant to be up. He's part of my stream team. That looks... Yeah, I guess that could look mental. Resource packs. I'm going to fix this very quickly. I can go... In fact, I'll do this here so that I don't have to, like, bore you guys with that process. Yeah, Alyssa, don't worry. I'm not just going to a random person's chat and tell them to go in there. I'm afraid not new, I don't wonder where we go. What they need. I don't even know which one I've just opened. Shit. Is it this one? Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank God. that. So what is this one? Following. Okay. What am I looking for? Resource packs. I like all of my resource packs. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sorry. I play Minecraft on Xbox. No, it's a Java pack. Wait, then we found an ocean monument, put sand all around it, drained it. That is insane work, by the way, Fizz. Oh my lord. Over you. Okay, I will skip those files. I don't wonder where we go. I'm gonna delete this file. I'm gonna move this and play this. I've just realized I've launched it with the wrong amount of RAM. I told you we went deep. That is. I'll just download the 2-zip files. No. Download the CurseForger one or the Prism one. Depending on what launcher you're using. If you're using Prism Forge, use that. If you're using CurseForge, do that. I got back from spotting your mom. Oh yeah, it was Mother's Day yesterday, wasn't it? Happy Mother's Day to all the moms. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go to 6.5. I'm gonna put 7. You know what? I'm just gonna be safe. I'm just gonna put 7 gig. Darkest nights, I wonder where we are. Gonna run around, so it's to me. Where we are. Oh my god, it's me! On a bottom with something to you. Yeah, nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. Okay, it's now loading. That's good. Following. And nothing I can do. Following. Since inception, it really is. You update to 1.2. We do the updates. It's gonna be cool. Okay, now it's loading. I'm not able to join, but I'm happy to lurk and watch. I hope you enjoy watching it though, Fizz. Because this server has been the past like month and a half of just constant work. I took it to Texas Roadhouse and spotted it. Going to get some good ass steak. I do love some steak. I am yet to order my. I've not ordered my dinner yet. I've not ordered dinner yet. I don't have any innocent. I think you can do it manually if you just upload the mod folders. However, Nato, I'm gonna say, are we allowed to join? You're allowed to join now. Yes, you're allowed to join. What I will say is, by the way, Nato, I'll probably say install CurseForge just for now. It's just more convenient. I don't know how to explain to install mods manually, because I use launchers. So my fix would be download CurseForge. That's what I'm doing. Lovely. It's Teason. It's dinner. No, it's dinner time. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. This is what I have to deal with Zine, right, chat? Right, let's put on Bird Flying High. No, this is what I have to deal with Zine, is this freaking GUI scale. Resource packs. Let's add all of them in. Yes. Round trees, 100%. It's dinner time at dinner, which is noon-ish. No, it's dinner time now, right? We're allowed to join now. Chat, by the way, if you do want to join, you're allowed to join now. Right, now let's go to video settings. GUI scale, 4. Lovely. Render distance to 12. General. Quality. Graphics. Oh, we set this to potato settings for everybody. Okay. Clouds off. Yeah, weather can be fancy. Leaves, fancy. Particles decreased. Thank you, Drew. Smooth lighting, yes. Spy and blend, yes. Entity of 100. Yes. Performance is fine. Advanced is fine. Shader pack. I'm liking... Yeah. I get that. Drew, what is the resource pack that we have been using? Is it Photon? I'm going to use... Oh my god, we don't even have complimentary because I haven't added it yet. Open shader pack. Let me do that while you guys are looking because it's a paid one. I understand why though. I might just use Photon for now. I can't find it. For streaming purpose, I'm good. Okay, look, I'll give it a try. If people have issues, okay. Photon is a shader we've been using. Photon. Cool. Shader pack settings. Profile high, that's fine by me. The water, however, water waves intensity goes down to 885. I don't care on that one. That's fine. Apply, done. BB, gotta sort out the Pesaloons. You do, you fizz. I'll see you in a sec. Everything else seems fine, except for this. And then we need to go to controls, keybind. Frick, this one's gonna do my head in. What's the wheel called, Zine? What do we call the wheel? Mine okay, mine menu. I can't find it. I can't find it. Huh? Curious. Finds. Miscellaneous, maybe? Down? About 2/3 down, and it's a lone keybind. Show wounds, not bound, we don't have that. Plasma voice, and then weapons master. Is it this one, the weapons master? No, it's not, because I know what that one is. First aid, no. Huh? Action key? No, that's a cart. Miscellaneous. Highlight, paraglider, take screenshots, take paraglider. Should be down to left alt, open mine menu. And then finally, chat, this. Now we've got it set up. Do I just manually download CourseForge? After download the CourseForge? No, you just launch the application. That should be fine. And now you should have HeroCraft chat.
Nice.
What I can do, chat. Open up. Advanced audio properties. My resource pack's in the wrong way. I think, is it this one that needs to be on the top? So, what's so? Oh wait, is it? Okay, wait, it's fresh animations, that's too high up. I'll drag that all the way down. Oh, it's Excalibur for upload the zip. You need Curse Forger Prism for this. What's the flask? I need to change text. Chat settings should be on like this. Chat size should be on 50. And then the background should be on 0. And then the width should be like 184. Yeah, just like that. Take me
home. Welcome everyone to Alpha 2. This is HeroCraft. My wheel does not work. That should work. But it will not work. Hello, Zine.
Zine. Every time I try to pull up on my menu, I just get lag spikes. In fact, I'm getting hella lag spikes. Am I rendering it? Oh, am I rendering in the server for the first time? What's the next thing I need to check on chat? What menu? The alt menu. The alt menu is not working. No matter what I'm pressing. Yeah, I know. Give my Disney Horizon a second. Ooh. I have my coin pouch with 50 copper in it. I need to turn my sensitivity down. Controls. Mouse settings. Way better. Feels way greater. And let me go to controls. EXE, by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna change it now. Oh, my Minecraft doesn't like anything that I've just done, apparently. Oh, I'm pulling... Why am I lagging so much? Okay, now it's there. I'm gonna try off for a second, just to see if it works. Fam, I am getting no frames on this. Your GC isn't... Huh? On my graphics card? Fam, it runs perfectly fine every day. You see me play. I use my graphics card every day when I use my PC. Zine, I'm waiting for F3 to work. That's the thing. That's a lot of stuff. On potatoes, better frames. Ah, pish posh. If I start walking... I get like 0 FPS for the entirety of the game. Bro, honestly, better than what I'm getting right now, apparently. I'm getting 19 frames a second. Never mind, I'm getting literally 0 frames frames per second. Okay, never mind. I'm actually getting less than 0. It's photon. Video settings. I don't like photon, to be honest. Okay, I'm adding my one. I'm doing it. When in doubt, just add your own shaders back in. Just disable it. I'm not playing Minecraft without shaders. That's gross. Shader effects. Change your profile. I will. Once I get complimentary on, I'm gonna do that. For some reason, Minecraft's being a boogie. Still working on it. Any day now, chat. How's your day been, chat? Are you all having a good day? I haven't eaten dinner yet, chat. And it's approaching 11. Whilst we've got this second to kind of catch up and talk, chat. How you doing? Look at that, I timed out to the server. I'm doing it from this side. Video settings, shader pack, complementary, deep. Let's go to medium. Sure. I'm getting a Linus ARM 64. Is that, if that's all right? Huh. You've got to be using Linux. I've done 5-hour overtime today. Unplanned. That's anti-pog. The first time using a PC in ages. Hey, yo, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. Okay. I want to drink the flask. Nice, thank you. What's the present chest? Wow, thank you, Zine. I got a present. I'm tired. I have to go in an hour early tomorrow. Oh, I'm not supposed to get there? Okay. Now look how much smoother that is if I use my shaders. Jesus freaking. I didn't have a Okay, now it's freaking out a little bit. This is it. We allowing crouches as well. So what is R by what was R by default, Drew? What do we change it to? Oh, I just realized the worst keybind combination ever. That was gross. That's why I keep sprinting and trying to jump and it's not working. Do you want to disable that one, Drew? That one might need to be disabled. If I was to I actually need to do that. I need to set that up. Let me set that up. Activation, push the talk. There we go. Yep, let's go to the microphone device. And we go down to chat. such a pick me. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, my friend. How are you doing? Oh. Well, we gotta fix that one now. Why? What seems to be the problem?
There's a connection loose between your brain and your mouth.
That's not true at all. Let's fix that one. These files are about to take too long. My ears! What do you mean? What? Is it me, chat? Hello, my friend. Chat, is that better? Anything? Is that better, yes or no? How's that? I'm with the notes. How's that? Okay, chat. How's that, chat? Better? No better? Okay. I'm sorry. Deal with this for 2 seconds. My bit rate is maxed out. What a time! What a... Goodbye, everyone. What a time for it to break. My bandwidth is going through the roof. Scusa, hi to user. We haven't spoken to this guy in ages. Go say hi to user. User's amazing. We love him. Okay? Chat. Tomorrow. I love you. Goodbye. Lights. Camera.